Oh damn it, I'm starting out with 6 viewers? Oh god. Okay, so I didn't die the other day when I did my 12-hour stream. My Michaelin, Michaelin Dill inspired me that night. Anyway, if you'll notice, my new channel points thing is now bus bucks. Who wants some bus bucks? You work for bus bucks? Who wants to work for bus bucks? Who wants to ride the tube tonight? Jujitsu John's gonna kick you in the nuts if you don't leave me alone. Ow, I just fucking smacked. Like, I burned this. I was cooking fajitas for my mom when she stayed over those, like, couple days. And I fucking burned the shit out of my fingers. And I ripped the fucking blister off one of them. And it's been the most painful shit ever. I've hitting it on everything. Oh, hydrate! Hydrate! And I'm feeling, I had a fucking bunch of shit to the stream this time. So we got, like, a bunch of, like, new channel points shit. Got fucking Streamlabs song requests. You can see on the stream there. You know, I'm gonna turn Spotify off. So anyway, anybody that wants to put a song on, just put exclamation point request. Song request. Exclamation point song request, followed by the YouTube link of the song you want to hear. So anyway, okay, let's put on my vaporwave shit. Let's get this one. Oh. Why can't I hear it? Let's see, properties. I can't hear it. What's going on? I fucked up the settings for it. Let's see. Advanced audio properties. Let's Come on, man. Oh, actually, I mean, it's playing for you folks, but it's not playing. Turn on control audio OBS. Hello. There we go. There we go. Now we're going. Let's try the United States. You didn't tell me you were cooking mozzarella sticks? I'll shut this stream right down right now if there's mozzarella sticks involved. Like, you don't fuck with mozzarella sticks. You need to have your full concentration on that. You know what? You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? Sorry. Okay, are we back? Are we back? Oh god, I hope I didn't fuck that up. Are we live? Okay, yeah, we're live. Okay. Okay, single player. Like, I had some hash browns and bacon this morning, and I'm just still flying high. Okay, this is like Nebraska. This is absolutely Nebraska. You know, I'm not gonna argue with anybody. It's Nebraska. Let's just put it in the middle of Nebraska. There we go.
Excuse me, fellas. I think we should just run our papers.
Fuck you.
Just because you live in here doesn't give you the right to be a pain in the ass. So knock it off.
It's a free country.
He's just doing it to get a rise out of you. Just ignore him.
Next round.
Sweet.
This is like Boston. This is absolutely Boston, Massachusetts. I base this on nothing. Baroni, thank you, very polite vampire, for the sub.
So, are you guys like boyfriend, girlfriend?
Like right
Steady
there.
days?
Let's fucking go outskirts of Boston.
Lovers?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Come on, Sporto. Level with me. You slip her the hot heat injection.
Okay, this is California. California. Northern California. Let's just go like right there. Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay, Illinois. This is just my gut feeling. This is the round where I just trust my gut feeling. So I know that I shouldn't trust it. Okay. This is Illinois. Fuck you. Ohio. Fuck you. U.S. cities population 150. Dumb test. Oh, Luella gifted that sub. Okay. Deliver pepperoni. Like, I've been trying to memorize it. Deliver pepperoni means somebody gifted a sub. And the Matthew Millard, it means that somebody subbed on their own. Thank you, Luella. Italy. Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking shitting me right now? Where's the Leaning Tower of Pisa? We gotta find Pisa. Hey, I don't give a shit. It's like right there. Fine. We're close enough. Japan. Times Square. Times Square. Are you fucking shitting me? That's why it's the dumb test, I guess.
What are you babbling about? Well, what I said was, I'm in another.
Well, it's Times Square, like whatever, like right there. 9.9 miles.
Hey, Jerry,
I wonder where this is.
do you belong to the physics club?
This is the Arc de Triomphe! Or maybe this is like Germany? I don't know. I think they both have something like this. You know, let's just guess with Germany. There we go. Oh, no, it's France. It's Versailles. Fine. You know, I wanted to do GeoGuessr, but now I'm like, just Las Vegas. I wonder where it is! No more GeoGuessr. I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the fucking mood. Let's go to the YouTube videos. Let's go. Oh, like, I completely forgot that, like, the main thrust of this whole GeoGuessr thing was for a song request. You can put whatever the fuck you want. Like, I mean, I use it through Streamlabs. I think I charged you like. So if you don't have a Streamlabs account, you're like missing out. I activated this like whole point system. Let's go like slash. So. Like, this is the amazing shit you can do if you have a Streamlabs account on my stream. Exclamation point. 8 ball. 8 ball. MIK. me. Okay. Okay, we're done. I think it's time to watch some Veronica Walski. February 7th, February 7th, February 7th, February 7th, February 10th. Oh, by the way, I discovered a whole new genre of guys. They're called First Amendment auditors, which, for the uninformed, is just guys that walk around with cameras that shove them into, like, just regular people's faces to audit whether or not the First Amendment still exists. So it's just people that annoy you. They go to, like, government, they go to the post office, they go to DMV, and they like, shove cameras in people's faces. And they're like, oh, you're gonna tell me to stop filming? I thought that was a First Amendment. There have been, like, my fucking important videos plays is full of these people now. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Hello, brothers and sisters. How are you? Welcome to the People's Bridge. With the amount of snow on this bridge, I'm limited as to what I can and can't do. The banner cannot be too big because I can't really reach the fencing because there's probably 3 feet between me and the fence because of the snow. You see? All the way down, right? That's from where they plowed it. So I have to be careful of what I choose. So there's Chicago. There's God Wins. God Wins.
God wins. Sony brought up Hitler. It's Godwin's law.
And Chicago likes it. Patriots understand it, but Chicago likes it. So it's a lovely day.
Thank you, Veronica.
Hello, brothers and sisters. I just got done shopping. I got a huge shop done.
We've seen this. Oh, did we?
Because I hate shopping because people in the stores give me.
Oh god, she went back to the same store that she caused trouble at before, and she's like recording a video in the same spot. That's why I thought it was the same video. She's just going to the same video, same like Jewel Osco and being an asshole.
Shit for not wearing a mask.
Like literally, proof that I was loopy as shit during that whole ordeal. It's this goddamn emote that I made. Like, if you just want to know how fucked up in the head I was, it's like that. There we go. Oh no.
And the cashier asked me, where's your mask? I said I have a medical exemption. So I also have common sense. 3 days after the stolen election, Governor Pritzker opens up the state and the city. Come on in. Restaurants and bars are okay. Come on in. Everything's okay now. COVID's going away now that we stole the election. COVID's going away now that we stole the election. So the cashier got a little.
Oh no, this is the same video. Sorry for subjecting you to this again.
Hello.
I know, it looks like the Arizona couch. Like,
hello, brothers and sisters. How are you? Welcome to the People's Bridge. With the amount of snow on this bridge, I'm limited as to what I can and can't do.
Okay, this is the same video again.
Hello, brothers and sisters. How are you today? It is frickin' cold out, and I'm feeling much better. I mean, 3 days on HCQ, and look at me. No more.
Oh my god, she had a cold and she took hydroxychloroquine for it. Are you fucking kidding me? It was a cold. You just had some sniffles. You weren't that sick, Veronica.
Honking. Anyway, I want to tell you, I met a Patriot sister for lunch today. And we went to Cappy's, where we normally go. And
oh, Cappy's. Isaac Cappy's?
And I wasn't going to not wear my Trump hat. Not. And
like, there's a place in Tucson called Cappy's, and it's also full of chuds. My boss, who is like just the consummate right-wing boomer, like, he acts like he's solving all the world's problems on his like his breakfast, he goes to, like, Cappy's Burgers. It's so weird. What is with, like, Chuds and being named Cappy?
I had an idea that it might help somebody else, so that's why I put on my Trump hat. I don't gotta go, and I forget I have my hat on. I just got my hat on, right? And so her and I are standing there at the front door saying our
Nobody fucking cares.
goodbyes, and this man walks by, and he's going,
I think it does.
Thank you. He goes, that made me feel really good. I said, Trump 2020. He's at the Winter White House, my friend. Don't worry. He's at the Winter White House, and he'll be back. And he goes, you think so? I said, guaranteed he'll be back. He goes, you just made my day. I said, and sir, you made my day. Thank you. So,
You know, let me go into this. Let's. Okay.
if you're afraid to wear a Trump hat, don't be. You could be the only face of a Trump supporter someone sees today. And
Yeah, it's like Tsar Nicholas. He's just a little bit headless right now. He's coming back. They can fix that. As long as, like, someone within the last 5 minutes, within 5 minutes, they grabbed his head, they grabbed his body. Somewhere, Tsar Nicholas is one person now.
needs to connect with. So, go out.
He'll be starting pogroms in no time. Don't you worry. None of you whites worry at all. He'll be back. He'll be back. This communism thing it's just it's gonna go away. It's like 6 months.
Be loud, be proud, and let somebody else know that we're not alone. See ya! Hello, everybody! Welcome to the People's Bridge. It's really cold, but I have to go to the post office, no matter if it's cold or not, or if I'm sick or not. I have to get these packages out. So I thought I'd stop by for about a half an hour on the bridge to let the Congress know and the Senate know what I think about their impeachment. That's what I think about their impeachment. That's what I think about their impeachment. And and that's what Chicago thinks about the impeachment. So,
like, I want to run the statistics of how many cars are driving under her, and like the ratio of how many people drive past her with nothing versus how many people that honk. Because it's probably going to be like there's like 1% of traffic that is actually Q-filled. But it doesn't matter to her. She just loves those honks. She lives for honks. This is happier than she's been ever.
and that's, oh my God, the reaction's wonderful. I just had a guy stick his head out the window and get.
Like, I swear what she does is like Q-pilled people are like, oh shit, the Q bridge lady, and they slow down and they take a picture. So it's only a matter of time before she creates a traffic jam. There's enough Q-pilled people in traffic that want to snap a picture of her sign that she creates traffic jams. And like half of them are cops, which is also scary.
Give me a thumbs up.
Hey, it's the lady that gives us the cheapest pizza you can possibly buy that she doesn't even pay for herself. Let's just go ahead and like treat her as if she's above the law now. Because we're Chicago police. We're not corrupt whatsoever.
So
racism? Chicago police? Are you kidding? Like, fucking accusing the Chicago police of all departments of being racist. Like, fuck. Like, it's like the train tracks are the things segregating this city. Not fucking historical racism at all. There's the reason the Irish, black people, and Italians live on the south side of Chicago past the train tracks has nothing to do with redlining. Like, that's the thing about Chicago. Chicago is so historically racist that the south side of Chicago, demarked by the train tracks, is full of just Irish, Italian, and black people. Like they're so segregated that they're still redlining the Irish and the Italians. That's how bad they are.
So, they know it was rigged. Chicago knows. So I'm going to be here for about a half an hour only, just to let the rush hour know what I think about.
Yeah, it's like you can buy fucking 10 pizzas for $50. Like, it's the cheapest bribe you could ever do. And like half the time it tastes like cardboard. So like that's what I hate about Little Caesars. Like, half the time it's fucking the best thing you ever tasted that will give you constipation for the next week, or it tastes like cardboard. Like, they have a small window, but like, you gotta order that pizza fresh. If it stays too long in that warmer, it will turn to fucking cardboard. It's hit or miss.
Impeachment.
You gotta demand the 3-meat treat. Don't go with it. Either put it in the pizza portal or nothing.
POTUS, I'm on the job. See ya.
Near Termel.
Oh no, we're not ready for Termel yet. February. Let's refresh the page and see what we watched, because I forgot. February 11th, February 12th, February 12th, February 12th, February 15th, February 16th, 17th.
Hello, brothers and sisters. Welcome to the People's Bridge. I do not have a banner up today, as it's actively snowing, and I don't.
Like, after all the raids, I average 100 views on my VODs. Like, even the 12-hour one, I had like 126 views on it. Like, whoever the fuck you people are that are not watching me live, I love you. I love all of you. But please watch me live. I need the stats. I need the metrics. I'm chasing clout right now. I need your clout. Please. I don't care if you live in Croatia and it's like 2 a.m. right now. You need to be watching me live, you bastard.
Don't hang up.
I'm sorry.
I do not hang a banner when there's active rain or snow. And so, in absence of a message, I become the message of never give up. Not even when it's snowing. Not even when it's raining. You don't give up. And this is what I'm looking at. That is Chicago. And they're very slow because it's very snowy.
My last stream was 12
But they see this crazy woman standing in the
you
snow for our country.
Breaking down.
And that's the message.
I was like,
you just never give up. Under any circumstances, you just never give up. Because the only time you lose is the moment you quit.
Every time she says never give up, I have to play this.
諦めんなよ。諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだそこで。もう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメ諦めたら。周りのこと思えよ。応援してる人たちのこと思ってみろって。あともうちょっとのところなんだから。俺だってこのマイナス10度のところ、しじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。絶対やってみろ。必ず目標達成できる。だからこそ、ネバーギブアップ。
And that's the message today. So, I'm here. I'm in the snow.
Never give
for
up.
about 45 minutes, just standing here looking at Chicago. And people know. People know why I'm here. My umbrella's standing guard with me. So they know why I'm here. They know that I'm just not going to give up. Ever. Ever. Not until we get our country back. So, POTUS, General Mike, I'm on the job. See you on the flip side.
Oh, next video. Next Veronica. Sorry, I'll be right back.
Hello, brothers and sisters. Welcome to the People's Bridge. It's frickin' cold out. I only have a minute because it's really cold. I cannot keep my hands undone. But it's not snowing, and I got the weekend crew, so I wanted the weekend crew to have something to think about while they drive home and enjoy their weekend. And that's Chicago. And there's Chicago. And here's a patriot letting them know that their election was rigged and Donald Trump's the real president. And we all know it. And we do. And Chicago appreciates seeing Donald Trump's name again. It's been a long time and we miss our POTUS. POTUS, General Flint, I'm on the job. See ya.
See ya.
Hello, brothers and sisters. I just got off the bridge. What a marvelous, marvelous time I had. It was like magic. People were so happy to see Donald Trump's name again and to see our POTUS. And it was just like the best part. I'm going to tell you the best part. Because I'm kind of crazy, but I'm also brave. Because I could give a shit what anybody thinks about me, right? So here I hang up Donald Trump's name in all its glory. And here are all these people in these cars going very quiet in their own cars, in their own little universe, sending up support. Because they're not as brave as I am. But had I not been, I wouldn't call it brave, pissed off, right? If I hadn't taken the stand to say loud and proud that I support Donald Trump, I would not have given the opportunity for other people to get brave in their own way and send support up, and in their own way take their stand for the path of righteousness and honesty
support all
and a
the
true
way
election.
up.
So it's every action we take.
We don't give a fuck.
That moves our country forward.
Yeah.
And I think it's time.
Support
because
going
there are
all
a lot
the
of
way
cities
up.
in this country that are a lot warmer than Chicago to be having a Trump flag wave. So you don't need to be afraid. You can get on a bridge or a street corner with Donald Trump's name
Chicago
and
all the
offer
way up.
other people hope and offer other people the ability to do in their own quiet way, because they're not brave, but they want to be brave. And you taking a small action, like standing on a bridge with a Trump flag, can...
Nobody gives a shit. Do you understand, Veronica? You are basically posting, but you're on a bridge. You're just posting in real life. I'm glad that QAnon supporters don't realize they're doing nothing most of the time. Like, Veronica is, perfectly harmless. Well, unless she's, calling the cops on what are, I assume, are probably black people that work at Hobby Lobby. She can just fuck right off on that. But, Veronica, you've fully politically disabled yourself. Nobody gives a shit, except for other weird Q people. You have pigeonholed yourself.
Help other people in this country. So, maybe a warmer city than Chicago could start helping. just an idea. Anyway, POTUS, General Flynn, I was on the job today. and it was marvelous. So many honks
And
and
I
so
just
much
fucking
laughter, and I was
whipped the
just waving
pod
to
out of
everybody.
my
It was just
e-cig by
lovely.
doing that salute.
So that's what I could do today for our country. That's what I could do today for patriots that were not quite as outspoken as I am.
Like what just like completely fucks me about Veronica Kowalski is just like, if Bernie had won the election in 2016, she would not be like this. She would be like the most hardcore Bernie supporter ever. Like this is the damage that Bernie losing election in 2016 did to people's minds. None of this would have happened if Bernie won 2016. We would be like, oh, candy canes and lollipops right now. We'd be like, oh, I want to get like unnecessary surgery right now because I can do it. I'm going to get myself a rhinoplasty right now. I'm going to give myself like a troll doll nose because I can. And you know what? When I got tired of it, I got free healthcare. So they can just put that shit right back together. They can just chop my nose off, put it on ice, give me like a fucking like Smurf nose. It's gonna be like blue with like bulbous nostrils. And when I get tired of it, they got my fucking normal nose on ice. Like that's the future that we would have if Bernie Sanders was president. It's like, I'm a communist, so I get as much medical care as I want. Right? Like, I get to, like, when I get medical care as a communist, I get to like, point to a Republican and say, like, they don't get to have their heart transplant. That's Bernie's America, and that is what we needed.
But every little bit helps. See ya.
And like we would ban all medical care for women.
Hello, brothers and sisters. I just got out of the post office. I had so much fun. I got there just at the end, and there was several people in there. And as this gentleman was walking out, I walked.
Veronica, show the fucking video, because I guarantee this does not happen. Like, all the other times you showed the video of you talking about this shit before you talked about it, you have been, like, an insane person. You called, like, a lady that was wearing a mask that said, like, don't cough on me, a cunt, because of that. Like, Veronica, you are completely out of your goddamn mind.
Just said, feel better. I told everybody in the post office, feel better, because they all had masks on. I figured if you got a...
Does she have Flynn now embroidered on her hat? Is that what that is? Either that's a pin, or she embroidered Flynn on that
mask
hat.
On, you mustn't be feeling well. So I'm walking around.
That's an embroidery. That is embroidered on her head.
All over the place now saying, feel better, feel better. They go, oh, thank you, I will. And it's like, are these people stupid? If you're wearing a mask, you must be sick. So if you're sick, I'm going to tell you to feel better. And that...
Yeah, like, it's weird. It's like so many Reagan boomers are into QAnon, but, like, QAnon never brings up Reagan. For some reason, I guess. Nothing having to do with the clowns in America at all. But it's so weird. Like she's just the rare Bernie to QAnon pipeline. And it's so sad. Like, I get it. The media is obviously fucked. Like, if you didn't learn that in 2016, you definitely learned it in 2020. Like, they fucking destroyed Bernie with a bunch of bullshit. And it fucking worked. That's, like during the whole 2020 election, I was like, there's no way, like, this is pathetic. Like, nobody would actually believe that Bernie's sexist because of, like, what fucking Snake Liz Warren said. But it did its part. It did its fucking part. And I say this. I will not stop posting this emoji ever. Fuck you, Liz Warren. I hope you lose your next election.
Well, maybe.
I used to, like, literally, when the primary started, I was like, You know, I'd be fine with Liz Warren being the president. It's cool. But as soon as she pulled that shit with Bernie, it's like I swear to God, she like after Kamala dropped out, Kamala had a bunch of like consultants that were looking for jobs. Warren just fucking hired all those people. And it's like, you fucking kidding me? Like, I'm so pissed that Kamala's the vice president right now. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you, Joe Biden? I fucking hate you. Like, you are just like, you're only 2% better than Trump. That's it. I'll admit that Joe Biden is 2% better than Trump. That's as far as I'm going. Like, fuck you. I proudly did not. Howie Hawkins voter right here. And Biden won Arizona, so you're not allowed to get mad at me.
Shake them into like, huh?
Oh God, Kamala, she tried to create the like before the election. She tried to create the vibe that she was a progressive. She co-sponsored Medicare for all, but it was just like it's so transparently like I'm going to run for president. I know this will help me. And then as soon as the debates come, like, oh, I said Medicare for all, but what I actually meant was what Pete Buttigieg meant. The like just Obamacare 2.0. Just add more confusing rules to Obamacare. That's Medicare for all. That's what I meant.
What is she saying? It may help shake them out of this psyop thing and make them think about why are people telling me to feel better. I'm just doing whatever I can to wake people up, and I think that was a really fun way to do it. Hello, brothers and sisters.
Oh my God! Like I want to watch like the video of like Bernie winning Nevada on MSNBC because they were in full cope mode. Like I thought, like that was probably one of the most recent great days of my life. Like nothing was wrong on that day that Bernie won Nevada. Everything felt perfect. Let's see, MSNBC Bernie Nevada.
We have been listening to Vice President Joe Biden speaking in Nevada, and we are projecting that Bernie Sanders, NBC News projects Bernie Sanders, the winner
I'm
in
gonna
Nevada.
cry.
Brand new breaking
I'm gonna
news
fucking
numbers
cry
coming out of
over
Nevada.
this.
Our special team is here, and I want to go directly to Steve Kornacki at the big board. Walk us through what this means. A projected winner here, according to NBC News. Bernie Sanders takes Nevada.
So we can tell you, Ari, this has been an unusual afternoon in reaching this point. I think folks who've been following the coverage have known that early.
It's very unusual that Hispanic people vote for the guy that unequivocally says he's going to stop the child separations. It's so bizarre to me.
Early on, we got entrance poll results that suggested a pretty overwhelming Sanders victory. But of course, it is an entrance poll. It's not official vote. So we want to wait till we start getting official vote. And then before we got official vote, we started getting reports in from our spotters, from folks who work for this media consortium.
I mean, I can't hate on Kornacki. Like, he's a champ. He's a fucking champ. All he cares about is his numbers. He's like Tommy Numbers. If he didn't like get into gematria, Tommy Numbers should be like a poll guy. He chose the wrong path.
That covers all these different media organizations. We have spotters at some of the precincts around the state. They were taking down the results as they were announced at the precincts they were at and sending them to us. And so we were seeing that Sanders seemed to be comfortably ahead. But even at that point, for the last couple of hours, we really didn't have any official results from the state Democratic Party, which runs this. Now we're starting to get results here. You see, this is about 100 precincts, a little bit left. Less than 100 precincts that have now been reported out by the state Democratic Party. These precincts
I gotta find
are
that video of the
absolutely
lady saying, like, waiting for permission? No, we're not doing that. This, oh my God, I need to jerk off at this at some point because I know I would come.
I think this is going to be very frustrating for pundits, very frustrating for media consultants and everyone who's trying to figure this out logically. Bernie Sanders is walking away with it. He's doing it now. He's probably going to win his third contest today, big time.
The happiest person right now, it's about 1:15 Moscow time. This thing is going very well for Vladimir Putin. I promise you. He's probably staying up watching us right now. How you doing, Vlad?
That's absolutely right. And
I'm wondering whether the Democratic moderates want Bernie Sanders to be president. I mean, that's maybe too exciting a question to raise. They don't like Trump at all. Do they want Bernie Sanders to take over the Democratic Party in perpetuity?
Largely people of color. Of those, the majority are Latino, and they are clearly, at least from eyeballing it, strongly in favor of Bernie Sanders with Joe Biden.
That fucking sigh. Oh my god. Just listen to that. She's like, I don't want to pay more taxes. Damn it. I make $4 million a year. I'm so fucking mad.
The Democratic moderates want Bernie Sanders to be president. I mean, that's maybe too exciting a question to raise. They don't like Trump at all. Do they want Bernie Sanders to take over the Democratic Party in perpetuity?
Largely people of color. Of those, the majority are Latino, and they are clear.
How dare the people with brown skin vote for the guy that wants to actually fix shit for the people that have brown skin? Don't they know that's sexist?
Clearly, at least from eyeballing it, strongly in favor of Bernie Sanders with Joe Biden coming in second.
No one else is as hungry, angry, enraged, and determined as Sanders.
Fuck you! I hate you beyond. No, that's.
What they're going to do about that?
I keep reading last night about the fall
they
of
both
France
have like
in the summer of 1940.
3-letter
And
last
the general,
names, so
Renaud
I can
calls up Churchill and
yeah,
says,
Joy Gray
it's
and
over.
and
Churchill said, how
Joy
can it
Ann
be?
Reid.
You got the
I'm
greatest
sorry.
army in Europe.
It's fucking Joy Ann Reid.
He said
I
it's
mean.
over. So I had that suppressed
One
feeling.
is
fortunate to be able
like
to talk to James
heroic good, and the
By
other one is
mention names,
chaotic
I get
evil.
any number of calls from panicked
sorry.
congressional incumbents. I know what's happening out
Oh,
there.
he's
I
got
got
the
a
glasses.
real good idea.
Barney's gonna fucking lose the election, I tell you what. I'm just a simple country pollster that hasn't been relevant for like 20 years, but
when people
I
say
think
that,
Bernie's a socialist and he's
is a
stupid.
climate denier is to an atmospheric
I
scientist.
tell you what.
Because you think he'll win the election because he'll galvanize.
I'm the raging Cajun. I used to be relevant.
To the electorate, then politically, you're a fool.
you're describing what sounds a lot like political suicide, and I think we need a psychologist to understand that.
I want you to call Tom Steyer and tell him how the cow ate the cabbage. I want you.
Oh, speaking of Tom Steyer, like. I was clowning on Tom Steyer so bad during the primaries that I actually bought his fucking tartan tie. Speaking of that, you know what? I'm very angry at the 2020 election, so let's go. Chapo Traphouse tartan tie. No, not the FC one. Has Iowa. This is fucking amazing. I fucking love this.
But I'll push it when I'm in the gym. I'll actually push it really hard.
I felt like a god
when it varies because I don't actually think people get overly caught up about what their workout is.
Everybody thought it was like
the point is
we got this. We got this for Bernie. Like these people are just stupid assholes. Let's just make fun of them.
1, 2, 3.
There's a Brugger's Bagels.
The Pet Expo.
American Awards, Inc.
I'm looking for something cheerful and aggressive.
Tom Steyer, start right there. Tom.
I feel like for a state this size in general in consequence, I can name more cities in Iowa off the top of my head than almost any other place.
Because of their stupid caucus.
Dubuque, Davenport, Iowa City, Cedar Rapids,
Council Bluffs,
Ames, yeah, Des Moines, obviously.
Yeah, like ever since the election, I mean, after Bernie dropped off, I stopped listening to Chapo for like 6 months, but they're finally getting back on their feet. Like they've got mastered the art of clowning on Biden, so it's back to the way it was. Like, for a while they were like, I don't know what to do. Like, this is just pain. Like, let's just watch the Joker movie. Let's do just movie reviews for the next 6 months. But now they're back on their feet. They're back on their feet. They're doing what they were doing before. And,
like, how many cities can you name in Illinois?
Chicago. That's all the one you need.
Springfield. Tumwa.
Is that a city in Illinois?
Oh, in Iowa. That's where Radar O'Reilly's from.
like, I swear, like, fucking the 2020 election broke Virgil, and that's why he's never on Chapo anymore. Like, he just wants to hang out with Brianna Joy Gray and just reminisce about Bernie forever. Like, I listened to him on Super Tuesday. He called into Hassan's live stream, and he was fucking wasted. And you could tell, like, right after that, he just disappeared from the face of the earth. Like, everybody thought that was when everybody thought he was dead on Twitter. Like, the last time he, like, talked before he just went radio silent was on Hassan. He was like, Bernie, it's gonna be a snowball's chance in hell if we can win this. And fucking, it's fucked up, son, And then he just, like, I swear, he was eating a banana when he's wasted, and he's like, Hassan, like, he had it, And then he just, like, after that, he disappeared for, like, 6 months, and then he started bad faith with Brianna Joy Gray. It's like, please, don't ever let the party make that. Also, like, Virgil is, like, the one exception to, like, people wearing glasses like this that, like, these are the Chud glasses. Virgil is the exception.
The average age of the people in the audience, not the press, seems to be the crowd size.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, like
70 to 80.
60 to 80. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of Silver Panthers. It appears that it's mostly elderly people and then the relative or care worker who brought them here because they're not allowed to drive anymore.
It seems like the Joe staff people, though, are all pretty young.
Well, they're young and hungry.
Which is disturbing to me.
They're all about that.
Yeah.
They're all about that cake. They want to be in the White House.
Joe Biden is a good, decent, and honorable man. He cares about all of us, all Americans, and our planet. This is the photo that sits on the mantle in the home of my 90-year-old grandmother. It's a picture of my grandmother, Vice President Joe Biden.
Grandma's boy over here.
Mr. President, I don't know if you're in the building, but you should know that my grandmother has a huge crush on you.
Look, there's two ways people get inspired in my experience. One, by really inspirational people like the John Kennedys of the world, or the Abraham Lincolns of the world, and others by really lousy leaders. No, I'm not joking. Thank you for listening.
Hello.
Hi, Will. It's Leah. How's it going?
Oh, it's going great. How you doing?
Good. You ready for that 5-minute chat with Tom?
We're ready to go.
Okay, here he is.
Hello, is this Tom Steyer?
Hello.
Hey, Tom, how's it going? So,
I met Bernie Sanders and liked him. I listened to what he had to say. I met him with his wife. We sat down. My wife was there too, and we had a conversation just about what we thought was going on in American politics. And I liked him. I liked his wife. We had a very good time, and my wife felt the same way.
No, yeah, you seem to have a certain affection for him. But moving on from Bernie.
It's not, I don't agree with Bernie on everything.
14 viewers. I think I've hit my max. What I normally get without a raid. Thank you, everyone.
My wife felt the same way.
I just want to say hi, Bernie.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
We've been following all the debates. We've watched all the debates. What sets you apart from all the other male candidates is that you've been rocking a tartan tie at every one of the debates. And I was wondering, it's a bold choice. I thought it was very sharp. Could you talk about the tartan ties and where that comes from, with your whole look?
Well, I get up in the morning. I have been going to work
I love this answer so much.
Red tartan tie. And the reason is I just want to get up in the morning with something cheerful and aggressive so I can go about my business.
This is cheerful and
way
aggressive.
thinking, this is going to be fun today, and we're going to be on our fun foot, and we're going to get some fun stuff.
The Whitlock. Thank you.
Tom Steyer, I want to thank you so much for the little bit of time you gave us today. Best of luck to you in your campaign this coming Monday.
Oh God! Like my favorite piece of Virgil drama is if anybody remembers the Salo tweet where he was like, "This is like it was the he posted that screenshot of Salo where they cut the guy's tongue out, and then he was like." Live footage of the poop. It was like when Pete Buttigieg dropped out. It was like live footage of the Pete Buttigieg campaign office, and he had the image of Salo, the guy cutting his tongue out, and they're like, "You're homophobic. You're so fucking homophobic." And it's like you know what? I have to show you the video of Virgil, Texas making out with a dude. So shut the fuck up. Oh, Virgil explains his absence. I need to know why he was gone for so long. I'm probably right. He was like just Bernie losing broke him. He was just like in a super deep depression.
We have Virgil, ladies and gentlemen. He is the host of, a co-host of Bad Faith podcast. That's a new podcast. And also on Chapo Trap House, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, Virgil, Texas. Virgil, there you are. I see you wearing your...
all you Mike subs, drop your sexy Sam right now.
Yes, that's right.
I demand it.
Sam.
Virgil, it's been a while.
Sam, it's so good to see you.
This is the least dressed up I think I've ever seen you.
This is dressed up. I mean, this is a look.
Well, you have no tie on.
I don't have a tie. I don't always have to wear a tie.
No, you don't always have to wear a tie. I just, usually we anticipate a little bit of, I don't know.
I like how there is like no schedule for this stream. Like I was gonna watch weird videos, and now I'm just like finding out like why was Virgil not on Chapo for like 6 months?
This is dapper. This is a look. If you're in the chat right now, there's a chat room.
This is chat. Well, I mean, of sorts.
Yeah, there's a chat. If you're in the chat,
they're loving it.
Say that I look dapper, or if you agree with Sam, say I'm an asshole.
Okay, all right. That's one way of.
Democracy.
Democracy. I understand. That's not the way I would vote. All right.
I'm so happy to see you after my ordeal.
What was the ordeal?
Well, you know how I've been offline for several months.
I had no idea.
I miss his
posts. You follow me on Twitter.
I do.
You follow me. You didn't realize. You didn't know that.
I haven't. No, I've been.
You don't read them? You haven't been muted or something?
No, I don't have you muted.
I mean, you can kind of assume that Virgil, Texas is not his real name.
Of course. Why would you think that?
Well, yeah, I was gone. I was gone for several months.
And then
my last name is Texas,
like a phoenix from the ashes on Bad Faith. What is that?
Well, I got out. Is what happened. I got out. You see, after the Bernie campaign ended, I came back to New York, right, and the pandemic hit, and went to quarantine, and I had all this time to myself, right. And I thought, all right, what am I going to do with my time? I guess I should, finish some of the projects that I started and I never got to, now I got all this free time. Why did I do one of my, pursue one?
Oh, his name is Justin? He does look like a Justin.
One of my passions that I put on hold. So I decided that I am going to find out who Lev Parnas is. I'm just going to do it.
I love the fucking Lev Parnas tweet.
You went deep into
like that's how you troll people. It's like I don't know who Lev Parnas is, and I don't care to know.
That's the last Halloween.
I knew that was one of the clues I have.
And did it actually fucking matter who Lev Parnas is? Does anybody even anybody that knew who Lev Parnas is that information like useful today? Did that ever end up being anything?
That was in my book.
Virgil was smart. He decided like, this is bullshit. I'm not going to learn about it at all.
You wrote a book about Lev Parnas.
Yeah, it's like a notebook, like a detective's notebook.
Right.
So here's what I did. I took the Excella down to DC, and it was very cheap because it was like mostly empty. It was very cheap because of all the people dying.
Right.
And I went down to DC, and I went to the Library of Congress. Now, as you know, the Library of Congress is open 24/7. It's always open. It's like a Waffle House.
Right.
Even during a pandemic or a hurricane or something like that, that stays open. That has to stay open by law. I went down to the Library of Congress. I went down to sub-basement D, the
Waffle House and have a great meal.
And I went down a dark hallway. I'm carrying a candle in this, so you can picture me carrying a candle. It's not well lit there. That's like because of budget cuts and like all the Republican crap.
Coincidentally, exactly how I always picture you. But go ahead.
To be fair, I think like Virgil's so online that he doesn't know what is a bit anymore and what isn't. Like, like it's the same thing with me. Like I've just gone so online. Like if I do a 12-hour stream, I need to log off. I logged off for like a half a day, but anyway.
Oh, okay. I go down a long hallway and I see at the end of a hallway, there's a very, very tall like stack of books and also there's artifacts, skulls and things of that nature. At the end of this hallway, on the tippy top of this very, very high stack of books, like 10 feet, I don't know, I'm bad with heights, but something like that. I see a very large book with a not a Star of David, a pentagram. Yes, a pentagram on it. And I can just barely make out the spine. It says, it was something like summoning incantations. And I think this is perfect. I can summon someone who can explain to me who Lev Parnas is. Like a I don't know, like a 40s whiz kid or something, like Alex Trebek. Someone smart, someone who would know
so
that.
It's a bit. Right. He's doing a bit.
So I start clambering up the shelf, because there's no ladders there at the stacks because budget cuts. The Trump budget that they passed.
Right.
Oh my god! You played dominoes for 11 hours. Like you really should get that checked out. Like streaming, that's one thing. That's just me streaming like my normal internet usage. But if you're gonna fucking do dominoes, sorry man, you need some help.
That's rich. And when you know it, the thing falls over, and it just pins me down. And I start hollering, hey, come get me! But I'm wheezy because.
Oh my god! Sam had a fight with Tim and Eric. Like Sam, I feel like he's gotten like too into his own head. Like he's a great debater, but like he's gotten the Destiny brain syndrome where he's like accepted that like I am only a great debater. I can only win arguments. Like that's the problem with Sam at this point. Like he's still too much of a lib, and he still kind of like goes off on that shit. It's like, Sam, you're wrong. Please, no, Sam, please stop.
I have the disease that's killing everyone, and I mean I was just there for months.
Oh my god!
I was there for months. Yeah, and then eventually someone else came down there and let me out. It was not Lev Parnas. That would be like a fun end to the story if it was Lev Parnas.
That would have been a great end to the story.
No, it was some lady who worked there. It was not interesting.
I gotta say that sounds horrific. I'm sorry you went through that, Virgil. We're glad to have.
Yeah, like Sam, I get the feeling that he needs like other people to balance him out. Like fucking what's her name? The Antifa. I should know her name. Like my brain does not remember. I can't remember. And then like Michael dying is fucking, oh god, man. Like that probably fucked with him real bad. It fucked with me real bad. Like he shouldn't die. He's like fucking 30 something. What? He was like one of the fucking smartest dudes on the left. Like, why do you have to let that man die? Why, God? Why?
Have you back. Congratulations on that. And
Sam needs to be kept in check by an anarchist and like a hardcore socialist at the same time. He doesn't work otherwise, or else he gets too lib. It's bad.
I'm happy to hear about bad faith. All right, but
Bad Faith, I should explain what Bad Faith is. So Bad Faith is a new show. It's a new podcast that I started in recovery from my ordeal with friend of your show, Brianna Joy Gray, who's wonderful. She's phenomenal to work with, and she was Bernie Sanders' national press secretary.
Correct.
And now she's a podcaster with me. I've dragged her down with me.
Yes.
And we have a show. It's called Bad Faith. You can find it on like most platforms. So look for Bad Faith, and you can find it on Patreon. And I do hope your audience takes a look at it. Go to patreon.com/badfaithpodcast. There's a free episode that's up. There's another one posting today, which whenever I get off the phone with Sam Cedar, I'm going to post that. Okay. And if you subscribe to the show for $5 a month, you get weekly bonus episodes. And the episodes we've done have been good. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to them, but it's good.
To be honest with you,
That's okay.
It's very recent. It's
very, very recent. It's just started, but we've gotten amazing feedback. People love the show, and they love our dynamic, our little interplay there. Because Brianna's of many ways we have similar politics, but she is a very different person than.
Like, Sam's a lib, but he is definitely, like, on the list of libs, he's at the very top. Like, he's the one lib I respect.
Yeah, she's optimistic. She wants to get along with people. She's normal. She's hygienic. She smiles. She's well liked.
Yeah.
She's healthy. I don't know if
I've actually never listened to Bad Faith. Like, I mean, like, I know Virgil's like, he's smart, he's clever, but it's just like, it never interests me to hear Virgil just like talk about politics. He's just like too nerdy for me.
Like I said, healthy.
Two different.
I prefer the Kush vlogs. That's where I get my politics from. I need to hear Kush
very
vlogs.
different.
Like the
and it's the Odd Couple. So it's the differences that make the dynamic very fun. And also very educational. And I forgot the best part. It is a panel show. You know panel shows.
I know panel shows. Now, my understanding is, this raises a good point. My understanding is your panel, wow.
He's just chugging that Gatorade. He's going to down like half of it. He drinks Gatorade like I do. Like I take 2 drinks out of a Gatorade bottle and it's done.
Discussed some issues around like sort of the election and the electoral college and the ways that Trump might feel. All right,
you know what? We need to hear his like Hassan like drunk as shit Super Tuesday thing. Oh no.
You were talking about exit polls, and I feel like the Hillary Clinton assassins got you.
You can tell I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but
what the fuck just happened?
He's so depressed. You can tell.
It's not. It's more secure than Skype, though, for communication.
Let me skip ahead to when he's eating the banana.
The thing is,
because you can
I
tell,
don't understand why,
like,
the most
when somebody's eating a banana, you know.
Different race from 2016. And
yes.
I said this to my colleagues earlier tonight, and I'll say it to your audience. I would rather be Bernie Sanders tonight.
Okay, I got into Hassan early. Like I learned about Hassan from QAA. So like when he did that Digital Soldiers episode when QAA let him on, I started listening to him, and like that was back when he was friends with Destiny. Back when like there was like Destiny had a whole story arc where he was like, it seems like Destiny's turning into a leftist, guys. But honestly, he was just using Hassan for content. Like Destiny just has clout brain. Like, he'll make friends with people just to, like, start, like, talking shit about you. To start, like, some sort of feud. Like, fucking Destiny. I hate him. I hate him so much. Like, he got owned by Nick Fuentes. Like, Destiny is, like, pretty much responsible for Nick Fuentes still being relevant. Like, probably in, what was it, like, 2019? Early 2019? Like, Destiny invited Nick Fuentes on to have a debate with him. Back when Nick Fuentes was, like, losing viewership. Like, crazy. Like, he had nobody watching him. Then Destiny all of a sudden brings Nick Fuentes on to, like, talk shit. He starts going off on about, like, oh, but you couldn't bake this many cookies in this amount of time. He's just, like, Destiny is just letting this dude do his bullshit, and then all of a sudden Nick Fuentes is now irrelevant again. Like, fuck you, Destiny. Like, just leave that guy alone. Let him fade into obscurity. Like, the only reason you would ever need to debate a fascist is if they have like 1 million followers. Otherwise, just leave them alone. You're gonna give them more publicity than they deserve.
Knowing what the delegate.
Yeah, dude
is right now.
Fucking Destiny.
Then
I hate him.
Bernie Sanders.
I hate him so much. I used to like him for exactly 2 weeks. At the
same juncture. Because at the same juncture, Bernie Sanders was toast in 2016. Right now, he is not toast. Because he is up against a candidate whose support, 50% of his support is soft support. Voters have not.
Oh yeah, are you talking about Destiny or Hassan? Hassan is definitely a leftist. He's kind of like a shit poster. He's not exactly the best voice for the left, but like he's definitely left. Destiny is just he openly identifies as a neoliberal. So Destiny, bad Destiny. No. He's not a leftist. I'm sick of people thinking that Destiny is in any way, shape, or form left. Like he literally started this whole thing about he made bets. It's Biden's gonna beat Bernie in the primary. I'll bet $75. He was betting against leftists in the primaries. So he lost money, but in the end he won, I guess.
Actually made up their mind.
And now he just hardcore defends Biden. Don't you ever fucking dare try to ever claim that you were a leftist at any single point. You just you pretended to be for a while until you realized you weren't making as much money anymore. So you just I'm an omniliberal because I don't know what a neoliberal is. That's his whole meme. He called himself an omniliberal because he didn't know he couldn't remember neoliberal. Okay, this stream is just gonna be me ranting about Destiny if I don't stop right now.
About this race, which is why the race will continue.
Yeah,
I have every indication out of Brooklyn that the race will continue, and they will continue on a.
Virgil is just in full cope mode right here. It's Virgil, baby, don't. I know you're baby. Don't fucking. No, it's over. It's Super Tuesday, Virgil. Just accept it.
Strategic path to win the nomination.
I think one really telling exit poll that we saw from CNN yesterday, or not, it wasn't an exit poll, sorry. One really telling national poll that CNN did yesterday, I believe, talked about electability and defeating Donald Trump, which obviously is the most important for the Democratic Party's electorate.
Yeah.
with Joe Biden leading Bernie Sanders over 30 points.
Am I doing Twitch drama? I need to stop this right now. This is not what this stream is about. We're not doing Twitch drama.
I want to show you something. Most people think I'm kind of nutty. There's my Christmas tree. I still have it up. And I don't feel the least bit bad.
She still has her Christmas tree up on February 15th, 2021. Like, Veronica, it's not about feeling bad. It's about, like, all the leaves, all the pine needles are going to just dump themselves over your living room. People throw their Christmas trees away because they dry out, Veronica. It's not a war on Christmas thing. It's just that they die. The tree is dead. There's no reason to keep it around.
Because look what we got in Chicago. Winter Wonderland. And it's still it's actively snowing. You can't see it, but it's snowing out. And I'm going to show you down here so you can see all the sidewalks that have been shoveled. Right? And down here, I don't know if you can see it, that's Admiral Rogers and General Flynn protecting my Q sign in my front yard that are almost completely covered. And look at my steps. Look how deep that shit is. Look how deep that shit is. And so if I were to have gone on the bridge today, then even just standing there by myself, I would have posed a distraction to the motorists of Chicago. Even a 1-second distraction could have caused an accident. So to be mindful of their safety, I'm keeping myself off the People's Bridge until the roads are clear and people can drive a little bit more safely. But I just wanted to show you my winter wonderland. See ya!
Okay, continue.
Brothers and sisters, I don't know if you can see this. This is a neighbor.
I mean, yeah, like, I encourage everyone to just eat more edibles than they can possibly mentally handle and just freak out during this. Like, that's what my stream is for. Just fucking eat 300 grams of THC dominant edibles and just sit there like, my teeth are rebelling against me. I'm going to die. My heart is going to, like, punch out of my stomach.
Neighbor who went out and rented a Caterpillar to help our neighbors in our community. He's just a regular citizen.
Who out here having seizures?
Doing what he can to help us.
I'll give you a gift sub if you're having a seizure right now.
This is what's going on in our country. This man is plowing the parking spots so that people have access to parking.
Folks, this is what's happening in our country. There's snow. Oh yeah.
And this is what America.
My fucking tolerance is so high that I'll just eat a handful of 100 milligram total edibles and just feel nothing. Like, God, I need to just like stop smoking weed for like a month. Honestly.
America is turning into. And this is what Americans are doing for each other. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this in the 40 years I've lived in Chicago. Right now. This is what President Trump has created in this country. People helping people. Under Joe Biden, this would not be happening. Oh my God, I am amazed. This neighbor went out and rented a Caterpillar just to be able to clear people's parking spots because the snow is like 2 feet deep, and it's amazing.
Sounds like you need to pay kids in bus books so they'll shovel your driveway. Who wants bus bucks? John
what's
Turmel.
going on in our country. I am so thrilled. Without a stitch of makeup on, without a bit of lipstick on, I'm amazed. See ya.
See ya.
Hello, brothers and sisters. I'm not on the People's Bridge. I'm in front of my house shoveling. Because in situations like this, with my husband being medically compromised, I always must make sure that emergency vehicles can access my house in case you never know. Hopefully never, but I want to show you.
Sorry.
It's snowing. Look at the roads. Look how deep those ruts are from the snow.
Hey, brothers and sisters.
So what I've done is I've made
I don't take
access
OxyContin.
to my
What are you
house,
talking about?
which will probably be all
Like there's a 50-50 shot that she's either on, she's taking nips from, some sort of flask she has hidden away in her jacket, or she's on Vicodin or something. Something is making her slur her words in some of her videos.
snowed over by the morning. But at least for tonight, this will make it easier to catch up with it tomorrow. And we won't have twice as much depth to snow as we do now. So I love shoveling in this while it's actively snowing and it's so quiet and God is cleansing our yards and things. Well, look.
Yeah, honestly, there was that, if any of you that were watching, remember the Treb stream, I don't remember half of that. I remember talking about Trebs. I remember saying that Chelsea Manning had a cool theory about the UFO sightings, about how they were probes that some dead civilization sent out. And I was I remember I ended this. I had to piece together that night using my YouTube history. So apparently, I was talking about Trebs or something. Then I was doing hard bass dancing, and I signed off. I had to delete that stream because Twitch considers being so super drunk being self-harm. So I had to delete that.
Look how deep that shit is. And General Flynn, oh my God. Let me show you General Flynn. Oh my God, he's gone. He's just disappeared, brothers and sisters. I want to show you this. Wait till I show you. He's just gone.
He's gone.
Him and Elmer
Flynn is
Rogers.
gone.
Now look. I don't know if you can see that little bit of red. That's General Flynn's hat. Completely covered. So I'm going to finish my shoveling and I'll talk to you later. Goodbye.
Oh, no. We're going to watch some...
I say to my 4-year-old daughter, don't tell your mother. Let's have chocolate cake for a short time only.
We already watched this. I watched this the other stream. You know what? Who sent this to me? I was too tired to remember.
It's a dancehall day.
It's a dancehall day. Jump. My effects are not working. Come on. Do it. Okay, I'm away. Let's go. already. Okay. I once again whipped the fucking pod out of my e-cig. Where'd it go? Like, I literally just whipped it and it flew off somewhere. Okay. Oh, there it is. What time it is? It's Julian time.
The Holy Roman Empire. Is strong and far-reaching.
Okay. Let's see. Bermuda Bronx.
Deliver pepperoni.
Deliver pepperoni. Earl, eel bucket, thank you. Okay. First sighting of a pixie. Ignore my giant microphone.
So it's a new day today, and it's actually starting late because this morning it was raining, so I nearly didn't actually come out. But then I remembered I had to pick up the night vision camera. Anyway, and luckily on the way it cleared up, so it's actually been quite sunny for the last. It's gone in now, but it's been sunny for the last half an hour or so. So that's quite good, because after the rains, they tend to come out because they'll be collecting water and doing things like that. So it's quite fortunate, really, that rain did occur. I looked at some of the footage that I shot yesterday, and I noticed that first of all, the microphone level was too high, and so that wasn't great. But we're getting used to this. Hopefully today will be better. I've lowered the levels a bit, and that's hopefully that'll make a bit of a difference. Also, apologies. I noticed on a few of the shots my shirt was riding up, and you could see my fat belly, and that's slightly embarrassing. But I'll put a t-shirt on today, so hopefully that'll prevent any unwanted revelations like that. So I'm going to find a new spot today to sit. Yesterday wasn't at all successful, and I just think they're not in this area, so I'll try and find somewhere else to go. So that's the plan. Yeah. Okay. So this is a good spot. We're further down. It's a little bit damper, unfortunately. I'm getting a bit of a wet bottom, but it's worth it because this is a good, comfortable, apart from that, comfortable place to sit. And you can be seen all around, so I can see sort of get a good view, but they can spot me. And if I stay here rather calmly for a while, I'm hoping that they'll come along and see what I'm up to. they like these covered areas because
I
they
know
can't
they're
be seen by
orange,
any
but they're round. So.
buzzards and things flying around. And this is an area which I've seen them before, so albeit probably about 8 years ago. But that's a good thing because, as I say, they're nomadic. So the last time I visited this woods was about a year ago, and they were. I've already checked that area, and they're not there. So it's a couple of hours now I've been here. That's quite usual. I mean, I'm not, I'm not discouraged by the fact this is taking a long time. I'm just slightly feel a bit more under pressure than usual because I'm filming it, but it always takes a while.
Oh no, the
Now,
chip challenge! I gotta.
They're not going to be.
It's right here.
When they see me, and what I've been doing is trying to make a noise, which I've done previously, and it's this.
I don't know if I'm ready.
That's what I'm doing is I'm hitting my tongue against the bottom of my mouth and making that sound, and I think it sounds a little bit like a drum beat, but it's really just for them to it's just a curious sound. It doesn't travel very well though, but if they're nearby, it might be enough to just. I'm just keeping my eyes peeled on the perimeter up there, and there's also some rocks down there. So. I just saw one just down there. It's very tempting to follow him, but that wouldn't do any good because he's a scout and he
I love how he's like, yeah, well, I turned my camera off and then I saw a pixie. And I don't want to follow him or record him, but I saw him. So that's what I'm doing my video about.
Wouldn't lead me back to camp if I chased him. He'd just disappear down a crack and I wouldn't see him for the rest of the day. And he'd alert everybody else to stay underground. So but he was just down. It's going to take me a moment just to focus in. He went down there. Just better keep quiet actually, because if he does come back again, I'm just going to hold the camera like this, and then if he does come back, I'll try and get a shot. Right. Just keep watching up behind me on that ledge. Just focus it. I think I've got the right spot. Hold on. Yeah. Oh. He was just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there. Oh. Okay. He's not there. Oh, sorry about that. He was doing. Oh, there he is. Okay, let's. There. Ah, well, at least we've got a shot of one. Let me just keep it up there.
Of course, it's real.
I was a bit loud there when I was talking. So it's raining. That's slightly irritating.
That's slightly irritating.
That means they probably won't be coming out again today if this carries on. The sun's coming out over there. I've been here about half an hour, the rain's not as bad as it was, so it might clear up, but it still means that they might have headed back to their holes. So I'm not sure if we'll see anything else today, but if not, I have a plan that I'll implement just before I head off. But I might have to cut it short today, so at least we saw something.
Did we?
This little track up here is definitely used as a route for them, a little pathway up to the level above. And also you can see in there, it's steeper probably than it seems. If I can just get up here, you can see, well, there's a little
He's having so much
cave
trouble.
entrance out into the daylight up here as well. So both these would definitely be used by them because it's like a stairway to the level above. So I have a plan, and I think what I'll do is I'll leave some bait at both of those tonight, and we can check that back in the morning. What I usually do is use seeds. That's not a seed, that's a sticking plaster, but I have some courgette seeds and carrot seeds. That's another carrot there. Cabbage. These are just seeds from the garden centre, but obviously cabbages and courgettes don't grow in here, so they're fascinated with those. But for the purposes today, and to hopefully get a more likely result, I'm going to put down some of these, which are they're not seeds, they're flying saucers. And flying saucers are sweets that are filled with
Is he stuffing a rock with candy? What? What is going on? He's just stuffing candy into the rocks.
sherbet, and they go mad for the sherbet. So what I'm going to do is, just to make sure they see them, is stick them on a little stick like that, and then poke that into the soil there, like that, and then we can check back in the morning and see if they've taken them.
God bless. A little animated person? Okay, let's see.
Just keep watching up behind me on that ledge. Just focus it. I think I've got the right spot. Hold on. Yeah. Oh. He was just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there. Oh. He was just there. Ah, you see? Ah, you see?
Yeah, he fucking edited something in right there.
Just there. Ah, you see?
He put another thing earlier, too.
Just keep watching up behind me on that ledge. focus it. I think I've got the right spot. Hold on. Yeah. Oh. He was just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there. Yeah. Okay. He's not there. Oh, sorry about that. He was doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's.
Okay, let's. Yeah, that's so fake. What is that?
There.
That's just a fucking GIF. That's so fake. Oh my god. What a fucking liar. Let's see what Erwin Saunders has to say. I might sell this on eBay.
So, hello again. So back here, it's not raining today. I haven't really sorted out anything better than the bag because it's I thought I'd just come out because it's dry, but I've still got my coat.
Oh my god, I got 17 viewers. Please, 20 regular viewers. Come on, let's do it. Let's go.
Go into the woods, and I realised when I was going through the footage that I hadn't actually explained my I just went from one thing to another. So I'll try and anyway. I've done some drawings, and I'll show you that in a moment.
Done some drawings.
What I was trying to get to yesterday. So yep, let's go. Yep.
You know what? Let's see if we can find Pixie GIF. Pixie GIF PNG. Oh god, the Pixies thing is reminding me of that one dude, the Soldiers of the Law 1961 dude, which is probably what we're gonna watch next. Sorry, everyone. You know what? Enough Pixie guy. Let's watch this. This will break everyone's brain. No, not this one. I pray for a baby dead for a year, and this happens.
My guest prayed for a baby, now get this, that was dead for 1 year. And the baby came back to life. You won't believe what happened.
You're right.
Next. Yes, you heard me right. A baby that had been dead for a year comes back to life? What are you talking about, James?
It was amazing, man. It was, a few years ago now. It was 2000, I believe, and 12. It was unbelievable. We went on a missions trip to Ghana. We were doing crusades at night. And we were going in the villages in the day. And this one...
Yeah, love to do crusades at night. Crusades. What the fuck are you... What?
Morning, I woke up. As soon as I said...
you said the magic words. So we gotta do this. Oh god, they got fucking Flocka singing. Holy shit. Rob Stein, let the twink sing. This is such a bad recording, I'm sorry. There we go. There we go.
Okay, wir spielen noch ein Lied für euch und für Joel Ramon, der zu Ostern leider verstorben ist. Another act on the winner's nine bone. Extend those and warlords. Come out of the ground, not make a sound. The smell of death, it's all around. When the knives come and the cold wind blows. No one cares and nobody knows.
I don't want to be buried at the past cemetery. I don't want to live alive.
Someone cries and something ain't right. I don't wanna be buried in a pet cemetery. I don't want to live my life again. I don't wanna be buried in a pet cemetery. I don't want to live my life again.
Who is this?
I feel a chill. Victoria's grinning, but running away.
Anyway, we get it. Get it. This is about this dude that looks like a bean.
Sat up in my bed, I just felt this fire surging through my body. And I actually went to the people that came on the trip and I said, look, we're all going into villages today asking for the sickest person we could find to just believe that God would heal him.
Bro, dude, we're looking for the sickest dude. Anybody skateboard in this village, man? Like, fucking, can they do a kickflip?
I took a couple pastors from the church there in Ghana with me. We went up about the
Now, this was a big church.
Yeah, Royal House Chapel, huge church in Ghana, West Africa. And I asked the pastor with me.
This is a true story, by the way.
Area. You know,
ignore the complete ignorance about women's sexuality at all.
Were washing their hands, getting ready to pray and chant. And as I walked up many times, John 5 says Jesus said to the Father.
Oh, John 5 from Marilyn Manson, the guitarist. Oh, that's cool, dude. You met that dude?
Father, I do what I see my Father do. So many times I'll prophetically ask, God, what are you doing here? I want to know where you are in the room so I can go there. I see a woman off to the side laying on a bench. And I see Jesus kneeling next to her, holding like almost her midsection. And I said to the pastors, I don't know what's going on, but Jesus is over there. That's where we need to be. And it was amazing. And when we walked up, we asked her to stand up. She woke up from her nap, and when she stood up,
100% true.
Gown flowed, and you could tell
why would a Christian lie ever? 100% true. This happened. Everybody clapped. Everybody clap in chat.
We asked her,
like they did when he said this.
She told me that the baby that she had been dead for 1 year. That witch doctors performed a ceremony and literally cursed her womb never to open again. And she said that it's been the biggest pain.
Oh no, this is not a bit. This man is literally trying to pass this shit off as something that actually happened. Like, he is, like, literally just so full of shit that that's the reason why he's fat. Like, he should look like Jeff Bezos, but there's so much shit building up in him that's why he looks like a bean with a like, he looks like, you know, I'm gonna stop.
Pain in her life and caused the deepest, sorrow. And I said, look, we're going to pray right now. To be honest with you, I wanted to just curse the curse that was on her womb. I wasn't even thinking like, resurrection. I was just thinking, let's just curse what the devil tried to do. And we prayed in the power of God. I cursed the curse on that womb as we laid hands, and her stomach was hard as a rock. And all of a sudden, when I said, I cursed the curse on this womb and I command life in her womb.
Oh yeah, I curse your curse. You know what? Fuck you. I curse your curse.
And I yelled, now, in Jesus' name.
Now!
I'm going to tell you something. The whole stomach started moving. She started jumping.
That's so fucking creepy.
This child had been dead. And by the way, I have to tell you.
Like, there's that whole, like, implication that this man created a zombie with Christianity. Are you gonna, like, address that at all? No, he won't.
James, I checked with this story with a doctor, and he said, well, that would be highly unusual, but it is possible.
Wow, yeah.
And,
yeah.
Wow.
Do you know
wow.
if she eventually had the baby?
Yes. So when I got home, the pastors, we led her to the Lord, and the pastors.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, number one. And then the pastors brought her back to the sanctuary and started working with her. And about 2 months after I came home, I got an email from one of the pastors saying she sure enough delivered a healthy baby boy.
Let's see if I'm still magnetic from the vaccine.
Oh, okay. 16 years old.
Oh,
your first experience with what you call, and in the Bible
calls, shit.
Fire of God.
You know, I've been wrong this whole time.
No one in my family.
I've been doing this stream.
I was never raised in church.
You know what, folks? Let's get real. Like, I did this stream about how conspiracy theories are fucking stupid and how they're based on nothing. But you know what? By realizing that I can stick this fucking mason jar lid in my head, I am magnetic. I've been completely wrong. Like, my life is falling apart right now. I'm magnetic. I don't know what to do with this now. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I spent, like, back in, like, 2009, it was like, Alex Jones is right. And then, like, by 2010, it was like, he's full of shit. He's trying to, like, scam people. But now, I'm magnetic. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? What the fuck? Like, am I supposed to just hang out on a refrigerator now? Am I supposed to, like, hold down, like, the gas bill or something? Like, I am freaking out. I'm freaking out. I'm magnetic. I'm fucking magnetic. I'm not magnetic! Okay, let's go back to regularly scheduled programming.
And, my mom was still nobody. I mean, it's unbelievable. I got invited to a service. I was actually on drugs one night with my friend, and I was passing out on his couch, and his mom looked over to me and said, do you know who Jesus is? And I'm like, I had no.
I love how evangelical preachers all have their own, like, absolute, complete, made-up bullshit about, like, how they never heard about Jesus before. It's like, yeah, I was doing heroin and methamine, and I was really bad with the methamine. I was just, like, snorking methamine every single day. And then all of a sudden, when I was passed out on the couch after a big night of methamine, my landlord came in. It's like, you ever heard about Jesus? And I was like, Jesus? I thought that was a swear word. Jesus? Well, yeah, there's this guy that wrote the New Testament. His name is Jesus. So you should read that book, and then you'll be completely free from any drug addiction you've ever had. And I was like, thank you, landlord. I love landlords.
No clue. I needed a ride to the Six Flags. She invited me to church if I wanted a ride.
I needed a ride to Six Flags. What the fuck?
Member that got completely set free, and she kept telling me that Jesus did this.
I'm gonna walk around a little bit because my legs are restless. So just enjoy this guy lying out his ass.
I had the Bible in front of me, and I just started thinking, is he real? Did he really set that gang member free? And if he's real, I want to know. And so without any understanding of the gospel, never reading the Bible in my life, I put my hand on the Bible, I looked up to heaven, and I said, Jesus, if you're real, reveal yourself to me. And right at that moment, I saw a lightning bolt come out of heaven, and it just hit me right here. And I fell on the floor, and I was screaming in the power. And I just felt so empty. Why were you screaming? Because I could feel the surge in my body. It was like a feeling I've never felt. I was powerless. I was on the floor yelling as I felt this fire inside of my heart. And I started crying. I started saying, Jesus, you're real. Jesus, you're real. And I just knew that he was real, and he was telling me. Because my whole thing I said to him was, if you're real, then I'm going to give the rest of my life to tell people who you are. Show me if you're real. I don't want to live on this earth if you're not.
You teach and demonstrate the fire of God. You be baptized in water and fire, in the Spirit in fire. What is the fire of God, and what are the benefits of it?
Absolutely. So when I got saved, I started reading that Bible I had. And I immediately saw in Matthew 3, there was a spirit, water, and fire. And I began to cry out for what the fire was. I was baptized in water. I was saved, but I wanted that fire in my life. And so as I began to read, I realized that we weren't meant to live without it. As Christians, every day of our life, the Holy Spirit needs to be with us and empower us to be parents, to be children, to work at our jobs. Everywhere we go, that fire would burn in us. And an appetite got created in my life, and I was convinced I wasn't going to live anymore without the fire of God in my life. I wanted it all. You mentioned Catherine Coleman. She said, why settle for a cupful if the whole ocean is ours? Man, I want the whole ocean. I want it all.
What do people miss if they don't operate in the fire of God? What are they missing?
Yeah, I think we're living underneath the privileges. I think a lot of the attacks that we go through, it's interesting. We just had a famous basketball player, unfortunately, die in a helicopter crash. They said the pilot had something called special disorientation. That means you actually can get to a point, the fluid's out of your ear, you don't know which way's up, right, left, down. In faith, if we're
it's talking about ear fluid.
Presence with faith, then
stop talking
in life and be confused. We're going to be spiritually disoriented, and we're not going to know which way is up. Discernment, I believe, is the greatest thing we need.
2015. The fire of God, and you'll be amazed at this, visited his church, visited him. What happened?
Yes, the reason I wrote the book. It was a snowy night in February in 2015. I had a guest speaker supposed to come in. We were in the middle of worship, and he said, I'm canceling my connecting flight.
Okay, I've had enough of this guy. Enough. Let's see. I think, did I play this video during my 12-hour stream? I don't remember, but I'm doing it anyway.
Hi, I'm training to be an end-time survivor. I'm trying to listen and
I did watch
so
this.
that I can live through the last days.
Let's see. The key to surviving the Great Tribulation.
Brother Jack here. There's a growing unease about where the world
There's
is
a growing unease about the rapture
heading. Literally millions of people are starting to feel that something horrible, something
horrible is about to happen,
is bearing down on us. As a consequence, there is a great outcry for solutions, practical steps that we can take to avoid what is coming. Many of these people write to me every week asking for advice. The numbers are growing exponentially. Understandably, they want to know where to go. Where is the safest place on Earth? In the wilderness, where one can easily starve or freeze to death? Or in the cities, surrounded by CCTV cameras and people who will betray you at the drop of a hat?
Oh no.
And where can we find others who will protect and defend us when the showdown comes? Some of these people writing in have worked out for themselves, as we too.
It's like, what is this? Mortal Kombat right there. Soy Boy versus Sam Fisher. Christian Soy Boy.
Some of these people writing in have worked out for themselves, as we too have, that there is no place that can be guaranteed as safe. Nor
I don't know how I'm
who
so
can be
good at
guaranteed
content,
as safe,
but I
even
keep
if they
finding
do
it.
claim to have all the answers worked out. We have been working at this for more than 40 years, and even in the last 2 years, we've been made aware of just how totally unprepared we still are. Nevertheless, the greatest and most practical lesson that we have picked up after several decades of living outside the system is that we each, you, me, all of us, absolutely must have supernatural help to make it through the coming Great Tribulation. Without it, we are lost before we start. I'll repeat that. Without God's help, we are dead. And that will be the fate of many professing Christians in the years ahead. It will be God's judgment on us for not listening to Him and for not obeying Him before it became too late to do so. So write it down. Let it sink in deeply. Step number 1 in getting ready for the Great Tribulation is to recognize that you cannot possibly escape it without supernatural help. We cannot do it without God. When you get that drummed into your thinking, then you are ready for step number 2, which is based on our understanding of what it takes to get that supernatural assistance from God. The Bible says that there'll be a small remnant for whom He will provide protection. Who do you think they will be? Who is God most likely to protect during the coming time of great trouble?
William
Could it
Tapley.
be the ones who obeyed Him well before the axe fell? Or will it be the
Christians are
millions who
gone.
came beating on His door, begging for a last-minute ticket to freedom when it's too late? You see, Jesus told His disciples what to do, and they did it. Most of them still died as martyrs, but before
Jesus
they
sucked
did,
me off?
they were able to perform many supernatural feats in the power of God. They had real faith, and it resulted in real power. So why don't we start living today like those first Christians did? Why don't we forsake all we have, like Jesus told His disciples to do? Why don't we leave our homes and jobs and families to follow Jesus
Was that
out
Second
into
Life?
all the world preaching the gospel? The Bible talks about 144,000
like
faithful
poser.
servants
Oh
who
my
will
God.
be marked for special
The duplicated
protection by
people.
God in the last days. It says that these people are ones who follow the Lamb, that's
Mormon Jesus.
Jesus.
You know, that just makes me
They
think
follow
of
the
Mormon
Lamb.
Jesus. We need to watch Mormon Jesus. Mormon Jesus.
Mormon teaching and death. Mormon Jesus. Mormon Jesus. Mormon Jesus. Long Mormon Jesus, long ago, a spirit child on one of these planets was conceived. Through an unidentified God, his God is why named Elohim. Elohim was conceived. This spirit child was later born to human parents near a mysterious star called Mormon Jesus. Mormons believed in Mormon Jesus. Through obedience to Mormon Jesus, he was elevated to godhood as Mormon Jesus. The Mormon teaching and death, and Mormon Jesus, endless saints, all by the God of Mormonism and his wife produced billions of sons for the devil and a billion tons of children. The sons for the Mormon deed of a great heavenly meeting to decide their destiny and to have sex with Elohim's eldest son, Lucifer, and his brother Mormon Jesus. Elohim's son Mormon Jesus approved the proposal of the Mormon Jesus. Savior of the planet Earth would be Mormon Jesus. Early Mormon prophets.
I like how this is like animation is like rotoscoped. Like it's not just animated, it's rotoscoped. So they took an actual video of like somebody and they turned it into an animation. That's why it looks so like weird like this.
Savior of the planet Earth would be Mormon Jesus.
Like it's like the frame rate is way too high. It's like creepy.
Early Mormon prophets taught that Elohim, one of his wives, came to Adam to start to lie and have sex with the virgin in order to provide Mormon Jesus with the Indians, Mary Martha and Mary Magdalene. Of these wives, at least 3 wives produced at least a billion Israelites.
Produced at least a billion Israelites.
Mormon Jesus. Mormon Jesus. Joseph Smith. Mormon time.
Let's see. Actually, let's watch the actual cartoon. Like, it's literally like rotoscoped. So they had people act this out, and they had animators draw over the actual video frames. So it looks like weird as shit.
They say that long ago on one of these planets, to an unidentified god and one of his goddess wives, a spirit child named Elohim was conceived. Force everyone to become gods. Opposing the idea, the Mormon Jesus suggested giving man
the Mormon Jesus
as on other planets. The vote that taught that Elohim and one of his goddess wives came to Earth as 21 AD, the dark-skinned Indian Israelites known as laymen.
Here's the good old Mormon racism. Let's learn why having dark skin is a punishment. By the way, Mormons deny this is actually what Mormons believe.
By the year 421 AD, the dark-skinned Indian Israelites, known as Lamanites, had destroyed all of the white Nephites in a number of great battles. The Nephites' records were supposedly written on golden plates and buried by Moroni, the last living Nephite in the hill Cumorah. 1,400 years later, a young treasure seeker named Joseph Smith, who was known for his tall
tales.
Claimed
yeah, way to lampshade that he's a scam artist. Like Joseph Smith, who was known for his tall tales.
Gold plates near his home in upstate New York. He is now honored by Mormons as a prophet because he claimed to have had visions from the spirit world in which
he was murdered because he was scamming too many people. Like they literally created a posse to run him out of town. He started shooting back, so they fucking killed him. Like he was like a grifter. He was like Jordan Sather in the 1800s.
He was commanded to organize the Mormon Church. because all Christian creeds were an abomination. It was Joseph Smith who originated most of these peculiar doctrines which millions today believe to be true.
Well, that sucks for them, but I'm built different.
Wherever he goes. Do you hear that? There it is. The secret to God's protection. Right there in...
These are the ones who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. Okay. What does that mean?
Black and white, clear as the nose on your face. Yet no one is hearing it. They don't want to hear it. They want to be told that God's protection will come from stocking up on guns and survival food. They want to hear that it'll come from buying land in the mountains and building shacks on it. But we already know that such human efforts are not going to work. And we know that they will die along with everything else. We have the answer, brothers and sisters, right here in the Bible. But
these are the ones who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. Again, what does that mean? What does that... It's so vague, it could mean anything.
very few people want to hear it. So, go ahead. Do it your own way. Don't waste our time. Do it your way and die trying. But, if it happens that you are 1 in a million, a supernatural exception, then please contact us.
Compose. 2. Where's that video? endtimesurvivors@gmail.com. Endtime. Endtime survivors, not end time. Subject: Messiah. I am the Messiah. I am sure of it. One time, like I'm toying that I'm talking like Tom DeLonge. You know what? Let's continue with the Tom DeLonge accent. I am the Messiah. I am sure of it. One time, I talked to aliens. I'm Tom DeLonge. Na 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 na. I contracted the source. The South. I would love to construct you for a interview. I love you. Asterisk. Please. Do not ignore me. The wrath will be upon you. I am sorry. It is just the way it is. I love you. Do not unheed this massage. Warned! Exclamation points. There we go. Let's see how that turns out.
The sooner the better, so we can work together at following the lamb. Time is short. Don't delay.
Let's see.
Hey, by the way, I love China.
I love this song. You know, it's time for music. Let's go.
China. How can you not love China? I love China. China, China. China, 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 China.
Holy mountain, let us pick a holy mountain.
What's going on? It actually fits the song though. Where is this song coming from? I fucking miss it so much. Where is this song coming from?
Listen, y'all, it's early.
Okay, it's done. It's done.
The Second Declaration of Independence by the 50 United States of America. Trusting that our cause is just and having prayed for the fortitude to be...
What is going on? Is this like song requests that I have on or something? What is going on? What the fuck is... Okay, what the fuck is this? Okay, there's... For some reason, like, what am I, like... Things open like a YouTube video or something? I have no idea what was going on. That's weird.
To brave spiritual wickedness in high places. We citizens of America make this announcement to the shareholders of U.S. Corporation, including the City of London, the British Crown, and the Vatican and their operatives in the media, government, and society.
With the utmost respect and admiration for the founders of America.
I love this guy. He's such an idiot. Like, he's just like, oh, Jillian sent me a virus or a mind virus? Because I definitely caught it.
And the framers of the original Declaration of Independence. The American people humbly emulate their thoughtful, measured response to a certain...
Actually, it's a FIBA investigation, not pedo investigation.
Perpetual and ascending tyranny and despotism. We too believe it is the moral obligation of those privileged with knowledge and opportunity to work on behalf of the people, that the people are served best when their benefactors choose unity over division, nationalism over globalism, sovereignty over submission, and liberty over repression, that all human beings are equal in their innate value, that America was founded under God, that the God of America is just, peaceable, and tolerant, that our natural rights as sovereigns come from God, and that our God-given rights may not be revoked, suspended, negated, or abridged without due process. What distinguishes the Second Declaration of Independence from its progenitor is the object from which we seek independence.
Regrettably, to our great misfortune, shame, and dismay, and despite the recurrent warnings and accorded safeguards, a cabal of foreign investors and privateers have managed to gain possession of our land, our wealth, our labor, our well-being, our future, and even our children.
Although history has become muddied with varied interpretations of cardinal events, including a surreptitious adoption of a second corporate constitution and a certain ratification of several amendments destructive to the people, it matters only that one or more alien groups lay claim to America and its assets. Rather than speculate on motives and weigh unprofitably the biased accounts, unverifiable information, and plenteous theories and opinions, we engage a perfect solution, wherein we exact independence from all claimants, past and present, proclaimed, identified, or veiled. As such, the usurpers named in this declaration order is a strong, prosperous, and secure America. To achieve their goal of world domination, America must lose its sovereignty and leadership position. And thus why the owners of U.S. Corp quietly work to undermine our culture, systems, beliefs, standard, aspirations, and morals for over 100 years, employing governance. In addition to being of, by, and for the elite, and not the people, their falsely advertised pseudo-utopian, unelected, totalitarian new plan for world governance. In addition to being of, by, and for the elite, and not the people, their falsely advertised pseudo-utopian, unelected, totalitarian new and not the people, their falsely advertised pseudo-utopian, unelected, totalitarian new by and for the elite and not the people, their falsely advertised pseudo-utopian, unelected, totalitarian New World Order would supplant America's sovereignty and extinguish forever any semblance of life, liberty, and prosperity.
Pasta. It's a new shape called
because natural inclinations predispose human beings to be short-sighted, malleable, and easily bamboozled. One might presume the American people should bear responsibility for being swindled out of their homeland.
Mopa!
Inherited from their forefathers who procured and secured it at great expense and much sacrifice. And for slowly but steadily trading their largely unappreciated blessings of liberty, opportunity, and prosperity for trinkets in the form of unearned comforts, frivolous indulgences, and gluttonous pleasures.
However, the transfer of ownership from the American people was not conducted openly and with candor, but clandestinely through the calculated design and nefarious means without body consent and unconstitutionally. It is for the later reason that the American people claim their right to rectification. That the greatest heist in history was effected outside the constraints of the U.S. Constitution, and that those who were elected to represent America's best interests transgressed their fiduciary responsibility and exceeded their authority, warrants this proclamation that the American people are the rightful owners of our land, our labor, our well-being, our future, our children, for our benefit and the benefit of our prosperity.
As with any negotiated peace, after years of atrocities committed by parties at war, we seek neither vengeance nor demand justice for past transgressions. We simply adjure the return of what rightly belongs to the people and avow firmly, empathetically, publicly, and officially that America shall forever remain a sovereign nation, free, self-directed, and not affiliated or dependent upon any version or variation of the present planned or innovated New World Order.
Innovated New World Order.
We entreat a bloodless solution wherein you cease all destruction activities, including false flag events, dissolve U.S. Corp and other illicit legal structures and custodial instruments, return our land and assets, including our gold and silver, redirect the tax collected on our labor back to America, and have your deep state and shadow government operatives retire, withdrawing your influence in an orderly fashion so society continues to thrive in trade for your keeping your wealth, your position, and your heads.
So it's like, stop being globalists, but we'll allow you to continue being billionaires that have control over way too much shit. Like, these people are fucking just baby brains. They're fucking babies. Like, they have no idea what the fuck they're doing.
In response to the questions regarding legitimacy, efficacy, and process, throwing off the shackles of national thraldom in elementary and unambiguous, as evidenced by the separation of the 13 colonies from Britain in 1776 and the Mexican people from Spain in 1825, a formal declaration hailed by authorized representatives procures independence that is immediate, whole, consummate, infrangible, and unencumbered by obligation, condition, or imposition.
As we enter grievous territory, we reflect on the precarious road our forefathers forged when they judiciously severed the political and familiar ties that bound them. Our hearts also are filled with melancholy and trepidation, yet we are too resolute in our posture and positions from being confronted with no better option. Despite the manifest parallel, the consequences of acquiescence are graver still, compelling us.
Like, I love how you can just tell somebody is an idiot who just picked up like, this is an Amy Therese tweet. Like, he's talking in the Amy Therese language.
To claim our independence once again. So in support of this declaration, with its firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honors. We the people.
We the people.
By the people.
By the people.
For the people.
For. Okay. Oh, you know what? We gotta watch Rick Martin. It's only a minute long. This is like a guy that's associated with PBI, but I think this is like his only video on the channel.
Founder and president of the Constitutional Law Group.
Fucking dog.
We spend our time going after corrupt government officials, politicians that feel they're above the law. And we at the Constitutional Law Group are here to protect your rights, your inalienable rights, endowed to you by your Creator. I'm a man of principle, and I focus on going back to a republic form of government. As you see,
he's a sovereign citizen. He just has a junk tread on me license plate with no actual numbers on it. Good way to get a gun pointed in your face.
we pride ourselves on knowing the law and upstanding with the law. God gave us unalienable rights that no man should be trespassing.
Yeah, I mean, like, to take you seriously, I would like expect you to say unalienable rights correctly, not unalienable. Like, again, you can tell these people are mispronouncing it, but by the subtitles. God gave us unavailable rights. Unalienable. Unalienable. Unalienable.
Upon. Our law group is here to protect you and your unalienable rights. We ask you to...
He's a fucking wannabe Ted Nugent. That's like the saddest thing you could ever be.
stand up and take back our republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, yes. Oh my God, this is when like Alex Jones addressed the fact that he accidentally pulled up his phone that had a porn website with trans porn on it. This is his defense. He was definitely looking at that.
I never even responded to this, but now it's just day after day after day because they want to distract me from the censorship.
What about the trans porn on your phone, Alex? Are you ever going to talk about that?
I've had enough of these people. Okay, so I've been containing this for the last week. That's why I've been in here sweating, getting pissed, because I can't handle it no more. Say that again?
Trans porn on your phone. That's all they keep talking about. And
you know, I saw a couple news articles about that. It's ridiculous. I was like looking up some reporter we're trying to hire today and punched in some number and it popped up porn on my phone. Everybody's had porn pop up on their phones. It's insane, ladies and gentlemen. There's two types of people. People that look at porn and people that lie about it. But I wasn't looking at porn. And the news blurred.
Like, Jones, you just literally owned yourself. It's like, there's people that look at porn and people that lie about it. But I wasn't looking at porn. Like, dude, come on.
Blurred it out because there was nothing there. They blurred it to then say something was there. Then you went to it with some porn menu. I probably had porn menus pop up 500 times on my phone. So I appreciate your call. Jones,
I mean, I believe it, but sure.
Pastor who leads, major congregations of churches and says, executes the such and such as does this. And it's not even true. Yeah, give me a break, you son of a bitch. I like women, not men. And if I like men, I'd be proud of it. I'd have a line of them. But I ain't
sucking no ding dongs.
I'm like sitting there in a break, something pops up, says you've got a virus. And
I'd suck a ding dong.
And then boop, boop, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And I finally get InfoWars Yes up. And I go, look. And then pops up some screen with like some word on it. And then later they call me that after and they go, hey, you want us to not put these videos up? Because 4chan says it's, some type of porn. I never sucked any ding-dongs. They sent me an image, and I'm like, that's like blurred white page. And I said, put it out. I don't even know what that is. I say do whatever you want in your own bedroom as long as you don't hurt somebody else. But it becomes this big national news story. And then it becomes Jones, who's a big homophobe and, who's a Puritan and never had sex with a woman. This
is what coping looks like.
is totally obsessed with this stuff is blah, blah, blah. And then I went and looked on my phone.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a feminine penis. Nothing wrong with a feminine penis. Like, Jones, come on, just admit it. You were, that's what you were doing.
And couldn't even find what they said. I found one menu that was Tinder. So I guess that's what it loaded. It just starts going bloop, 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 all this porn. And it's like, you want guys, you want women, you want trannies. Oops, can't say that on Twitter.
Hey,
transsexual.
hey, fuck you, Alex Jones. Fuck you. Fuck you. You know what? I'm going to nuke you right now. You deserve a nuke. Let's nuke Alex Jones. Exactly, that's what he meant. Okay, he's fully been nuked, so we can continue.
And I'm like, okay, I got a Tinder ad on my phone. I'm not the Puritan here. I'm the libertarian. Space and that InfoWarsYes.com to go. Jones, who hates gay people or trans people, is like looking at this stuff. And it's like, I never said I hate anybody. We even thought, by the way, like I said this morning.
Are you sure about that? You've never said you hated trans people, because that's a good 1/10 of your entire show, Jones. Don't even fucking lie.
They must have a virus on my phone. And it didn't torture me too much. I mean, but I was on Tinder for 5 minutes. I've never actually had a membership.
Jones, I don't get how these people they look so guilty. It's like, Jones, you can just completely ignore it. Like, if it was literally an accident, you could just never bring it up ever again. Instead, it's confirmed that that's exactly what you were looking at. Just admit it. Just admit it, Jones. You're not gay. You're still straight, Jones. I mean, obviously you don't understand that because you're an idiot, but Jones, it's fine. It's fucking fine. They're women. Okay? You're not gay.
On that, my God. I've been in bed with probably 300 women. I'm a libertarian.
I love when he does that. He does that so much, and he always says, I'm not bragging. He's like... I've probably been in bed with over 300 women. I'm not bragging. I'm not bragging. It's shameful. It's shameful. That was before I came to Jesus. I used to be a star football player, and all the women would... Honestly, folks, they would just throw themselves at me. They would throw themselves at me. Because I used to work out a lot. I used to be like Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know, you watch my old documentaries. I'm big, dude. I'm big. I'm still big. I've gained some weight, but I am just as buff. I work out every morning, by the way. And if you like to work out every morning, there's InfoWars Life. We've got concentrated piss capsules for 100% pure Troy Casey's aged urine. We have a deal with Troy Casey right now. So it's the piss sale. You send me a jar of your piss, and I will take off 10% from your next order. Well, I mean, it's like a co-op. You send me your piss, I turn it into concentrated magic. Concentrated liquid sunshine, and you get free piss pills. So it's InfoWarsLife.com/Cumtown or Cumtown20. We don't know which one it is because I don't have the right copy. Anyway.
They tried to sell the article I saw, I was like, I'm this big right winger or whatever. I got caught. Ridiculous. But he deserves another absolutely ridiculous. But I'll say this. The Amazon ads, the Viagra ads, the weird non-plastic bag ads are taking my iPhone over. iPhones didn't used to be that bad like Androids. I'm not Jimmy Swaggart saying if you're with a woman out of wedlock, you're going to hell, and then you catch him with hookers. That ain't me, man. Everybody knows that. It's unbelievable. We even thought about doing a trolling deal that 4chan would catch like 1 second of some pop-up. Again, I was looking up this female reporter we're talking about hiring from London. I put her name in, and it's not even her. And it's bloop, 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 you know, adult friend finder. You know, this, you want, you know, we got guys.
Jones, that is not a thing that happens. That's what happens when you go on a porn site. You had a porn tab open. Just admit you had porn. Either admit that you had porn open on your phone, or just never talking about it again.
Guys a mile away. We got chicks 2 miles away. And it's like babies. I've always said that I've had gay friends. I've always said I don't dislike, you know, dudes that take hormones that want to be a woman or whatever.
Fuck you. Fuck, you're getting nuked again. You know what? You're gonna get boomed. We're gonna drop you. I'm out of nukes, so I'm left with the Moab. I'm gonna Moab you now. Oh, you've never been to Arizona. Like, there's so many bad people in Arizona. Like, Texas, it's kind of like there's like a baseline level of horrible. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some horrible people, but Arizona, it's just like super concentrated.
You know, maybe I should just pull a stunt and go do a live broadcast from a gay bar. I mean, if they'd even had me in one of them. Like, here I am, you know.
You're gonna get, like, Jones, like, they're gonna go stonewall on you. Somebody's gonna find a brick somewhere and just, like, hit you in the face with it. Dude, I wanted to say, like, for his, like, as far as, like, his own personal safety goes, don't go to a big gay bar. As far as content goes, please go to a gay bar, Alex Jones. Some twink is going to, like, chip a brick out of the wall of the gay bar, pull it out, and just, like, beam you in the face with it. Like, I would love to see that.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't dislike anybody that's pro-freedom. But the left is a cult and is trying to sexualize our children. And I am against the LGBT.
Fuck you.
That's
Fuck
right.
you.
Add the P at the end for pedophile. I am
Fuck
against pedophiles, and I'm proud of it.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You know what? You know, it's Laurie's time. We need to fully gay up the stream again. Because, like, Alex Jones is really ungaying this stream, and I cannot tolerate that. Alex Jones was like, you know what? Fuck you. Ungaze your stream. You know what? That's a good thing, because I have Laurie's, and he will gay up this stream, like, within 2 seconds. Let's go big boy.
I'm pedophile phobic. Since when do we become planet tranny?
Oh, fuck you! Fuck you!
There goes the Skype again.
Fuck you, I'm gonna punch you in the face, Alex Jones.
Met this hunt last night at the club. Messed around in the shower and the tub. Took him home, oh man, what a night. Did me good even though I was tight. Sitting here shoving cream up my hole. I'm a pig and I'm ready for more. Cause he's a big boy. So big. Yeah, he's a big boy. Humongous. I thought this thing would tear me apart. This giant pole went straight to my heart. Cause he's a big boy. He's a real big boy. Such a big boy. Can't walk, he hurt me real good. I said be gentle, he said that he would. So hot, the whole scene was rushed. Paying for it cause my asshole was crushed.
I love when fucking Laurie's just not afraid to say anything. I love him. Let's see. The verse kind of sounds like Gigi Allen. Oh no, you're gonna get me into watching like Gigi Allen now. Drop my E6 somewhere. Either that or it's on my desk. It's always between my legs. Always. What's the deal with my E6 being between my legs? I dated 17-year-old. I'm Jerry Seinfeld, like Halloween can't exist. What's the deal with that? I'm a pimp. I'm not gonna let anybody clip that. I'm not gonna say that. Gonna bash my This is like me when I'm like 40 something. Like you can already see it. Like these fucking glasses on. Like it's me. This is what I'll be doing.
Funny people always come to me about their inhibitions, but there's no solution at all. I would like to help, but I am usually too busy to prevent the way my friends want to fall. You are just part of the problem. I must be most of the problem.
And consequently, the combination of your rhetoric and my ignorance only tends to
Like he does get kind of weird at this
where the
point.
lifeblood of our relationship evaporates into the air on which we choke.
I wanna show you that I can't be any more inspiring. Just leave me alone until the time comes when I learn the answer. Then I'll write the novel about it. You can read the novel and the problem will be solved.
Wait, I've been live for 3 hours? What the fuck? It was the fastest 3 hours ever.
Possible, impossible, it's possible, impossible, it's probable, improbable now.
Like after doing that 12-hour stream, like yeah, the stream feels like nothing now.
You are just part of the problem.
You're wonderful.
Thank you. I'm aware of that. Thanks a lot.
Go winners for president.
Thank you.
I think it's time for some John Turmel. Turmel, win biggestly. I want my Fed account.
And I gotta ask, how many times have you seen Mr. Spock save a whole planet by debugging bad software from the central computer? Maybe we can pull a Spock move too. So, there are 95 million unemployed adults in the United States, 3 million homeless, and 18 million empty homes. So, you think Mr. Spock could figure out a way to handle 3 million homeless with only 18 million empty homes?
Sometimes Turmel has good ideas, honestly. Like, he's getting somewhere with this. I'm just waiting for him to ruin it with some sort of, like, social credit system.
Figure that out. So, this is the book by Scott Adams, the creator of Dilbert, my favorite.
Oh, of course, he just ruins it right away. He's bringing up Scott Adams, the book Win Bigly. Okay, I'm out. I'm out. Like, if you're on Dragon's Den, I'm out. I hope you burst into flames. I'm Kevin O'Leary now.
Favorite engineer, and it has opened a whole new world of information about persuasion.
A whole new
And,
world.
for instance,
I've learned so much from the Dilbert guy.
pointed out how now
I'm gonna create my own currency, 'cause Dilbert says working in an office sucks.
social media is the brain of politics in some ways. And then wham, here came an example when the Trump administration put out the proposal for the trophies for hunters of exotic game who would be allowed to import them. And there was such a huge outcry that Mr. Trump said, I'm not going to do that. Hang on, I'm going to look into it. And thank you for the feedback, I'm sure. So, in that way, yes, social media seems to be able to handle and do the thinking for politics. So, we're going to see if that can't be solved to the satisfaction of the 3 million homeless. And at the same time, maybe 15 other million people moving on out of their parents' basements into the other 15 million empty homes. So,
He's so fucking condescending to people. It's like, no wonder nobody votes for you.
now, the book is Win Bigly. And let's think to your favorite movie character who knew how to not only win bigly, but win biggestly. Mr. Spock. Here's the situation. Captain, if you do A, we're going to survive 9 times out of 10. If you do B, we're going to survive 7 times out of 10. Captain Kirk, I feel lucky. I think we'll go with B. Mr. Spock, sorry, sir, I'm relieving you of command. All right? So, Mr. Spock was the science officer who could figure out the odds of winning and the winningest way to go. And so
the winningest way to go.
After my degree in systems engineering, which is applied science, and I scored 100% in physics for people who think engineers aren't scientists,
I'm not doubting your engineering, Mr. Turmel. I'm doubting your ability to understand economics whatsoever. Like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, go ahead, just like, do engineering. Build bridges and shit. You do not know a goddamn thing about anything else. You're like the most troublesome person I've ever seen.
I became teaching assistant of Canada's only mathematics of gambling course. And then I became a professional gambler rather than an engineer. And this was in 1974 when How to Beat Blackjack had just come out. Beat the banker, beat the dealer. And I learned how to count cards, and I was one of the first card counters to go and beat up on Las Vegas. And for 5 years, I'd go on junkets and, beat them. I went on Caesar's Chariot once. I would bet Donald Trump rode Caesar's Chariot. He was in his early 30s, rich kid too. I suppose he would have had a chance to go on Caesar's Chariot too. Then in 1975, I trained a team of university student card counters. Now, there have been movies about other teams decades later, but I ran the first one to take on Vegas. And then, of course, after I got barred in Las Vegas, I said, how come I can't play blackjack in Canada? As long as they can beat a bank, it's fair. Just like poker. And poker's legal. So I decided to try and legalize gambling in Canada, and I became Ottawa's gambling crusader. And I got busted, and the judge found me guilty, said, you're too good, therefore that's an edge, therefore that's illegal. And over the years, I got busted again and again and again trying to run.
Sure, John, that's exactly what the judge said.
Disco casinos and trying to run it on a boat. And finally, in 1988, after being busted, a judge said, oh, everybody could be the bank. Well, that's okay. Not guilty. Next thing you know, I had the first casino in Quebec. But, of course, they shut me down. And
I swear, there's something in the water in Quebec that does this to people.
Even gave me a month in jail. Joke says, now I can only play solitaire. And so I came back to Ontario.
He got banned from gambling by a judge in Ontario, in like Ottawa.
Where they left me alone, and next thing you know, I had a huge casino with ads in the newspaper, Cascar at the track.
Yeah, like, I think this guy's origin story is that he was like a corrupt casino man. Imagine this guy running a casino. Like, what the fuck? Like, I think he went to jail for like running him into the ground or something.
Track, and then they shut me down again. Casino owner charged. And they changed the meaning of a word to get me, even though Turmel ran honest games, and I still held the losing hand and got.
Does he have like a full book of like all the times he's been arrested? Like, what the fuck is that?
Convicted, but I only got accordion time, so community service, not so bad. So that is why if you Google for Great Canadian Gambler, I come up. But after I got shut down, my big casino, don't forget, the big casino was the Project Robin Hood that had 28 tables underground. And I would bet that's a world record. So anyway, Project Robin Hood, a nice compliment.
He just wants having world records. So apparently he actually owns the world, has the world record for the most elections lost, with 100.
By the OPP.
So he's like, what are you angling for most casinos busted by the cops or something?
So then after that, I had to go and play poker because it was the only avenue left for me as a professional. So I went down to the United States and I spent 5 years playing professional poker at the Trump Taj Mahal in Atlantic City.
Of course you did.
Now, every card game's got its guy they call the professor, who knows some of the odds. Well, you remember the movie Rounders with Matt Damon with the scene at the Trump Taj Mahal with the chandeliers? Well, I was known as the professor at that Taj Mahal, the Trump Taj Mahal, and that'll come in handy later. So,
the place is out of business.
I've been so tired of being busted for gambling that I decided to run for parliament. And during one of the meetings, the people...
Like, imagine having so bad of a gambling addiction that you run for parliament to change gambling laws. Like, that's this whole guy's origin story. He was such an addicted gambler that he wants to run for parliament to change gambling laws so he can gamble more. And he's slowly become Joker-fied over the entire time.
People ask me, hey, what about inflation? And I said, inflation? Whoa, whoa, whoa. How come my casino chips don't lose their value and the government's chips lose their value?
Sir, like, he just doesn't understand. Like, I can, like, pick up, let's say this plastic bottle cap. Let me pick up, let me get $1 or something. Okay, so this is a $1 bill. It's subject to inflation. Let's say this cap here is equal to $1. Go ahead and try to exchange this little piece of like garbage for one of these. Go ahead. I say it's backed by the full faith and credit of me. So just go ahead, go to somebody and say, I will give you this in exchange for this. Can you see the problem with this currency already? Can you see that? And let's say that the $1 bill inflated to being $2 bills. Say $1 bill right now is worth half of what it is now. If you find somebody that's willing to exchange this non-inflationary token for some reason for one of these, you exchange it for a bill that is half the value of what it was. So you're not escaping inflation. You're just choosing a representation of something that inflates and just pretending like inflation doesn't matter because you use something to represent the thing that inflates. It doesn't matter. If you say this is worth $1, whatever the value of the dollar is at that point is what you exchange it for. You fucking moron. It's that easy. It's that easy to explain why you're so fucking stupid. So I'm sorry. I'm getting economical right now.
Value over time. What's going on? The hardware's identical. It must be a software problem, how the chips go in and out. So I did an engineering analysis, and in a nutshell, I figured out that interest is the culprit, usury, that causes all the instability. Everybody has to borrow 10, say, liters or gallons of water from the pump house, and then they dump it into the economic pool, and they all got to come back with 11 at the end of the game. Well, needless to say, there's not enough for everybody to come back with 11 at the end of the game. And now when you go in, you got to pledge something to get that original liquidity, that loan, right? Well, the last guy, when he comes out, he doesn't have his 11, he can't pay, so they take his stuff. Now, that means that even though you're told inflation is an increase in the money chasing the goods, shift A, I've just shown you how interest causes a seizure, a foreclosure of the goods, which is shift B. So without any increase in money, if you have a bunch of seizure, you have a new kind of inflation, and I'm the only person in the whole planet who teaches shift B inflation. All economics books teach up over there, but not one person teaches.
Imagine being this wrong for this long. Like, I debunked his entire economic theory, like, all the shit he's talking about, with a fucking bottle cap. Like, literally. Literally. I was like, you're wrong. It's just so fucking, you just think about it for long enough. But apparently this man's been thinking about this for 20 years and not realized the obvious answer of what I just explained to all of you.
Down over here, except me. So, so therefore, now, here I am now, and I ran for parliament, and I lost. But then I said to myself, wow, I am the only electrical engineer in the planet specialized in gambling and in running my own casino in.
Yeah, like, he thanks the bus driver. That's how he has so many bus bucks. He's thanked the bus driver so many times that he's able to have, like, an underground deal with the bus driver, and he can get, like, as many bus bucks as he wants.
Interest-free bank. So I said, since it's the interest in the bank software that's gumming up their accounting, I saw it as my duty to reprogram the central bank's computers to replace the interest charge with a service charge. And I started taking banks to court. That was the legal strategy. And I take banks to court trying to ban the interest charge and get them to cover everything with a service charge, which has a different effect. Remember, when you borrow 10,011, someone always gets knocked out of the mortgage, which means death gamble in French. Mortgage. Someone always gets morted. So I saw it as my duty to try and put an end to the mortgage loan system and kept running for parliament and started attacking the banks and the courts, as well as helping defendants stall their foreclosures. I came up with these stiff the bank kits. Fill in your name. I'll provide the arguments about why the mortgage violates the genocide section by knocking people out, and the GAYMIN house section by making them a fee for the privilege of participating in a gamble, the death gamble. And those are the arguments used, and to repudiate the interest on their loans, not the principal. So I helped a whole bunch of people with those kits. So finally, there was the economic. There were three tactics: political, legal, economic. In 1984, I heard about the Let's software being developed out in British Columbia by Michael Linton. And I called him up and I said, does this software charge any interest? Nope. What's it based on? People's time at work. And I said, okay, I'll help you. I'll finance the development of the Let's software. And by 1999, it's a time bank software. People log on, unemployed parents, for instance, and they log on what nights they can double duty babysit each other's kids, and then pay each other with 1 hour bills, even when they're broke. Now, the mechanic will start taking 3 hours per hour because he wants the babysitter. And the dentist might start taking 6 hours per hour because he wants it too. And some babysitters will start asking for 1.5 and 2 hours because they're so good and everybody wants them. Free market. So that is how a support network grows around people who start up a Let's Time Bank. And every time a country crashes, if you search around, they always talk about the Let's, the original software for time banking that these communities are all basing their time bank networks on.
Like, you think he's so smart. He thinks like introducing some stupid like technocratic solution is going to survive, like fix poverty by creating like a separate poor people only currency so that rich people don't have to give poor people money. That's his whole thing. Like it's not like some sort of like leftist like create some sort of like time banking thing so that like poor people can have like an ability to like get easy childcare. No, it's just that it's to create a separate economy for the poors, so they don't have to mess with the rich people's economy. It's the absolute worst way to present this idea. Like this guy is like an asshole. I hate him so much.
So, those are the three things I had to do. And finally, in 1999, this is neat, I went to Europe 39 nights out of 40. I paid with an IOU for a night back in Canada, worth 5 hours, because they've agreed.
Yes, you paid with an IOU, and then what happened? Then what happened?
Between countries, 5 hours is worth 100 green francs in 300 green francs in France, and 100 green marks in Germany, and 30 green pounds in Britain. But between nations, we'll trade hours. So I came back on 195 hours, or 39 nights I got to put people up for them putting me up over there. That's how time banking works. So in 2000, I got invited to the United Nations. Remember the big casino bust? Well, I made a...
I've looked for articles talking about this. I think he's lying. I think he snuck into the United Nations and he just made up a story. Because there's no record of him actually speaking at the United Nations.
$1 million.
I think he was allowed to enter the building because he was a political candidate. But beyond that, I think he's full of shit.
And I had to spend it before they could take it under proceeds of crime. So I blew it on founding a political party, and I ran for Prime Minister of Canada. More candidates than the Green Party. And that meant that in 2000, I was allowed to be invited to go to the United Nations Millennium Assembly as a non-governmental organization. So, great, I'm going to go. Then I...
Oh, those are not diplomas? Judging by the pictures, these are all like news articles about all the times he's been arrested for illegal gambling. And then these charts at the top are his completely bullshit economic theory of like the plus B or whatever the fuck he's talking about. So it's just articles about him being arrested and then charts that don't mean anything.
I got an invitation from the Globalization Committee to do the speech on the banking system of the future, because the clerk of the committee had been a single parent, a member of Let's in Australia in one place, and then in a second...
Oh, and also his thing is he believes that every day he's not elected, single mothers commit suicide. He likes the guilt trip people over that, if you don't already know.
Place. And she was moving to a third place where they had a Let's, and she told the chairwoman, this thing really works. If we're going to walk out of here with anything done, let's push this Let's system. And this guy's talking about doing it worldwide. So they invited me to give the speech on the banking system of the future at the Millennium Assembly.
They sure did. That's why I can't find it anywhere.
I coined a new expression. Let's means local employment trading software or system. Okay? A system for trading employment locally, keeping track of hours. And they said, what are you going to call it? I said, okay, United Nations International and Local Employment Trading Software. If I can send my IOUs to France for the nights I spent in France, that's international, isn't it?
Is he just writing IOUs and just scamming people like everywhere? Like, is this what this guy does? Does he like did he like invent his own? Does he pay for everything in poker chips? It's like, don't worry, they're 10% more valuable in a US currency. Trust me.
But run by the UN. So that was the proposal. Well, the censors edited out the name Unilex, and the great feature interest-free, because so many countries had lets by then, but if they'd left the name in, they would have recognized what's being talked about. So that was the Unilet story, and in that thing, I first coined the expression, the time standard of money. Right now, it's the collateral standard of money, the stuff standard, the gold standard of money. But your time, not worth anything. In the world of the future, your time is what you're going to pledge to the bank. I promise to work it off as fast as I can. Thank you for the interest-free loan of the chips. So, now, you heard of quantitative easing. What's quantitative easing? Well, that was the Fed creating
Let's learn what the fuck you think it is.
$1,000 billion, 20 trillion, and lending it to the banks, the loan sharks, interest-free, so they can loan shark it out to you. Could have lent it to you directly if they'd set up the accounting mechanism. And that basically is how you could reprogram the Fed to operate like...
Are you Canadian? Why are you talking about the Federal Reserve? Like, what the fuck? You're running for Canadian office, and now you're obviously talking about the United States right now.
PayPal.
Oh, you want the Fed to work like PayPal? What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking? How would that even work? You don't understand either one of those things. What?
Or just think of it as a...
Are they? Well, I guess like most countries are like beholden to the Fed because world reserve currency and all that, but it's weird.
PayPal, where instead of pledging your credit card for which you will work to pay it, okay, if you get cash to send to PayPal, you get to pledge your Fed loan or your time. So, what happens when you end up with a Fed account? Well, if you got 20 grand debt at the bank on a credit card, charging you 28% a year, 5 G's a year just in debt service.
28% a year? John, do you have a credit card like that? Is that how bad your credit is? I'm guessing like John is like speaking from personal experience with this shit.
Pledge your Fed loan or your time. So, what happens when you end up with a Fed account? Well, if you got 20 grand debt at the bank on a credit card, charging you 28% a year, 5 G's a year just in debt service, you might borrow 20 G's and pay it off. And now all your payments go against principal. And pretty...
Yeah, John is definitely like talking from personal experience. He's just like maxing out credit cards, taking loans to pay off the credit cards and shit until he like can't keep up anymore, and then just declares bankruptcy or something. He like charges it all to a business account. Oh, you know what? I found a really cool weirdo today. Speaking of Canada, I think we get the idea with what... Oh, I've caught it. The video will upload shortly.
Hello. Guess what? I've caught a massive light ship in the sky. Just now, I was outside, just started mowing the grass. I thought, I'm going to go outside. My hair looks wild. I'm going to go outside. I wetted my hair.
She's so excited.
And I thought, I'm going to mow the grass. I want to get some vitamin D. And when I was out there, boom, I make my third or fourth time around this part of the yard. And then up in the sky is the great big massive light ship. It had just started manifesting right in front of me, you all, just like that. A massive light ship just manifested in front of me. I didn't take my phone outside. I thought, no, I don't need my phone. See, that's what happened. It all of a sudden it started turning its bluish color. I ran in the house. I got this phone. I turned on the recording and ran out there. I wanted to try to do a Facebook Live, but it didn't.
I've seen the picture that she showed. You know what? Oh no, it's going to take too long to run Telegram, but it's just like sort of like a triangle shaped gap in the clouds that she's freaking out about.
didn't have a signal. I thought I'm not even going to attempt a YouTube, so I had to record it. It's 14 minutes and 55 seconds of video of the light ship in the sky. It literally all the way across, right far down below the sun, a big old massive light ship with beautiful opalescent colors, pastel colors.
Opulescent
And
colors.
it's uploading, you all. I'm glad I didn't do a live video because they probably would have cut my feed. So I've got a literally, I'm not joking, it's a massive light ship that literally manifested right there in the sky. And that video is getting ready to upload, and I did not do it live because I couldn't get a connection, and that's probably best. So with that being said, you all, I got to get off here so that video can upload. It's like 14 minutes long, and I stood there in my yard for that until my phone heated up and shut down on me. So yeah, have a wonderful rest of your day, and look for that video. Okay, that's it. And love you too. Hello, wherever you are in any part of the world. Hello from my heart to yours. And you're going to get that video uploading, you all. We
Oh, I love that. Hello from my heart to yours, anywhere in the world.
are. Yes, we are.
I bet, like, as soon as she turned that live stream off, she just, like, put the phone down and, like, ran outside. It's like, there's light ships out here, you all. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Definitely, there's light ships. That's a light ship. And I'm sure of it, you all. That's a light ship. Mm-hmm. I'm sure of it, you all. Okay, let's see. Like, this playlist is so long. We're gonna watch, like, this one video, and then I'm gonna play some Disco Elysium. Because I said so. Keep going. Oh my god, there's 638 videos on this. Okay, let's see. These are all the First Amendment auditors. These are all, like, most of these are different channels too. So there's gonna be a stream of just these people eventually. Once I get through all these stupid tabs, look at that. Look at that. Pixie fairies. Okay, here we go. Canada First Party of Canada. So basically, Frederick Brennan retweeted somebody's tweet about, like, how somebody in Canada got served with some papers about how, like, mask mandates are now illegal based on the judgment of the true Prime Minister of Canada. I of course searched that person's name on YouTube, and I found him, and it's weird. CA Romana, do you wear a mask? Actually, you know what? We gotta start with the introduction.
Hello,
Canada First Party of Canada intro video. Draining the swamp in Ottawa.
Hello, Canada. I'm Romana Didulo. I'm the founder and the leader of Canada First. It's time for us to clean up the swamp in Ottawa, to put an end to corruption, criminality, incompetence, and lies in the government. Canada First has two vision, mission, and goals. Number one, to put Canada first. Number two, to put Canadians first. In every decision that a Canada First government makes. So come and join us, and together, let's make a real change in Canada.
I need to join the forum. I will do that. Okay, let's see. A word for Canadian. Let's see. Withdrawing Canada's membership from UN, WHO, ICC, and NATO, and canceling foreign aid.
Hello, Canada. I'm Romana Didolo. I am the founder and leader of Canada First. Today, I'm going to answer one of the questions from one of our citizens who asked, Romana, can you please speak on your intentions with regards to the United Nations, International Criminal Court, World Health Organizations, and NATO, and also on our foreign aid programs? First, thank you for the question. My answer is that as Prime Minister of Canada from day one, I will be sending an official letter to these organizations, informing them of Canada's intention to withdraw our membership, effective immediately. My reason for doing so is purely economic. Many of you may not know that these organizations, for example NATO, takes 2% of our total GDP on a yearly basis as
2%? Oh no.
That we contribute year in, year out to NATO. The same with the United Nations. United Nations uses a complicated formula, and using our GDP, they take a percentage or a certain percentage of our GDP as our contribution to United Nations. So you can imagine the amount of money that's coming out of Canada year in, year out, going to these organizations. Next, in terms of our foreign aid programs, I will also send letters to the organizations that the Government of Canada has been or have been funding, informing them that we are withdrawing our support because Canada simply cannot afford to send billions and billions of dollars to any organizations or foreign countries to help their domestic activities, to help their citizens. While our own citizens here in Canada, we have millions and millions of unemployed Canadians and millions more underemployed Canadians. On top of that, we have thousands of Canadians who are homeless. Not to mention, we have thousands upon thousands across the country who are suffering from fentanyl addiction and other hard drugs addictions. All of these need money. And so we simply cannot afford to send billions of dollars overseas.
I mean, she's crazy, but she has some decent ideas. It's weird.
And for new Canadians, and also not so new Canadians, you may or may not be aware that for the last 3 decades, our Indigenous peoples have been tremendously neglected by the previous and current government. Our Indigenous peoples have been living in...
Yeah, that's the one base thing about her. She's all about Indigenous rights, but she also is a insane anti-mask person who thinks she actually does own Canada because she decided Canada is a corporation. So she's pulling some Guaido shit on the corporation of Canada at this point.
Continue to live
I'm gonna brush my
in
teeth.
third world condition.
Oh, actually,
Many without drinking water, clean drinking water for the last 3 decades. So you see, this hypocrisy, I will put an end as soon as I am sworn in as Prime Minister of this country. We have to take care of our own people before we can take care of others. Thank you for the question.
let's see. Romana, do you wear a mask?
Romana, do you wear... Hello, Canada. I'm Romana.
She's got
Didulo.
some swag now.
I am the founder and leader of Canada First. Today I would like to speak with you about masks. Wearing masks. Someone asked me, Romana, do you wear masks? My answer, no. I never wore masks since the beginning of this pandemic. That's right, it's a pandemic. You see, the Global Economic Reset team and their agents are using coronavirus as their tool for 2 purposes only. Number 1, to control every single country's natural resources. Let that sink in. Number 2, to control every citizen in the world. So using the coronavirus as their tool to terrorize and terrorize and terrorize you 24 hours a day. On top of the hour, by the hour, in the middle of the hour, by the minute. Into submission, into staying home, and closing your small and medium businesses. They are then successful in closing, opening, closing, opening our economy until it gets to a point where it cannot be opened anymore because it's down the drain. Next, they will come to Canada and offer Canada financial loan. And guess what the guarantee is going to be? What the security that they want for that loan? Not only do they want Canadians to pay their taxes, to pay off that loan. Above all, they want our natural resources. So that includes our oil, gas, gold mines, everything that you can think of, including our clean drinking water.
Let's boot up some
They
Disco
will control
Elysium.
and own.
Well, we made.
And on top of that, Canadian citizens will be paying high amount of taxes. You, your children, their children, and your great-great-grandchildren will be paying
not taxes.
high taxes for
high
generations
taxes?
to come. Who knows how many generations? By the way,
I'm not worried about
with this
climate change.
pace
I'm worried about high
that
taxes.
we're going. So next time you are inclined to pick up this mask and wear it, remember several things. You are complying to their tyranny. You are supporting their agenda to come and take over Canada's natural resources and to enslave Canadians for generations and generations to come. As for the masks, this is what I do with them.
Oh no, she's doing it. She's gonna burn it. Yeah. Oh. What do you think about that, mass cucks? Anyway, it's time for Disco Elysium. Okay. Let's look at the body.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
First, what exactly is a field autopsy?
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Et puis descend, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Do you have another pair of gloves?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, I'll take it like a man.
And hygienically?
Yes.
I suggest I handle the physical part of the autopsy, and you take notes.
We just fill this in, right? Show him the red field autopsy form in your ledger?
That's right.
He nods.
Yeah, we got this. We're smart.
Open your ledger at the field autopsy form.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with:
Begin. 1. Assistant.
That's you.
Right? The gloaming.
The corpse is indifferent to the time of the dead light and great culling. Just lies there. The next box says:
2. Coroner's case number.
KK57-0803.0815.
Write it down.
Next.
3. Name.
NA. Next.
Date of birth.
NA.
5. Age.
Roughly 50.
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
I'm gonna write around 42.
He nods.
6. Race.
Mondial. Subgroup Occidental, as per your observation.
Write it down.
The pudgy mess looks neither mondial nor occidental. It doesn't even look human. The next line says, as you read it, you think, that leaves out dark-haired Mesk, Sal, Sarah Mauritian, Kedratic. Lighter-skinned occidental means this man could be Vespertine, Oranese, Messinian. Those 3 are on the table. A solid guess, Mr. Racial Profiler. Also of note, your unconscious racial profiling machine ruled out Messinian before, despite all the copperoonies, and cobos, that leads vespertine or oranese. Continue.
7. Sex.
Fucky!
The little monster exclaims energetically.
Male.
Pigs can have sex?
Right, pig's gonna have sex.
Naively, the lieutenant does not double-check your notes.
8. Date of death.
We're still going with March 4th, 51.
Right, March 4th, 51.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
11. Evidence of treatment.
None, at least not after the initial examination.
What exactly is treatment anyway?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
I'm not so sure. Did the footprints look like he was carried over?
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dogwalkers.
He places his hand on the dead man's chest as if in preparation.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then...
We should start the post-mortem.
Turn the page.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
External examination summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
He turns the body onto its side to check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
Write it down.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
Omit the boots.
Note, the boot has a hidden serial number on it. It's E50.100.100.
Oops. A bad feeling comes over you.
Which the assistant detective inexplicably reported to me as X5415 something. Why was that, assistant detective?
Uh-oh.
It was merely a jest. Horseplay. The impression of you being a total psychopath is wrong.
A lighthearted jest, locker room banter. Boys will be boys.
I fail to see any humor in it. Officer, please write down the right serial number. E50.100.100.
Bitches are at it. This pleases Kuno.
Right. A's 80557778 RHG 99999.
Tattoos.
He stands up, feet planted on either side of the body.
The upper torso is covered in a single continuous tattoo, resembling a national pattern. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini.
Write it down.
The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color, yellow. Length, 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end.
Write it down.
Well nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing.
Write it down.
Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with the age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Touch the corpse's hair before moving on.
His hair feels wet, soaked with rain, cold to touch. Not that different from a living person after a swim.
Stroke his hair gently.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to your hand, like thread off a rag doll's head. There's brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil.
Keep petting him.
More hair sticks to your hand. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull below. An alien landscape.
Write it down. Short, light brown, male pattern baldness. Oh, write it down, adding the brilliantine.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
Write down, but meant for high velocity.
Ligature mark.
Lieutenant produces a small folding knife. With the other hand pulling on the belt, he starts cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Let's go. Good thing we got these chain cutters. Pull up the river, get chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now,
Points to the rope squeezing the dead man's neck.
we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Yes, I'm Kuno's pig. I agree.
You are? This pig is Kuno's.
Look for a good spot to cut.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference. Oh no, wait, I already said.
The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. Steady now. Like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
Cut the belt off.
After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow.
Press down.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
Let's see. Lieutenant has kneeled closer, running his finger along the dark red groove until there's a gap.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
Write it down.
Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
He pulls down the man's underpants.
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Inspect the genitals.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
Thank you. Glad I did that.
You should touch it.
Touch it.
Doesn't feel like anything. Just cold flesh under your finger. Unremarkable and unalive.
My pig's so fucking ill right now.
His voice swells pride.
Oh, your pig's pretty sick, I gotta say.
Write it down and move on.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are old combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
Write it down.
Last item, hands.
He takes the man's right hand inspects it, then moves on to the other hand. Pick up the hand.
His flesh is cold, icy.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from? And what's your name?
My name is...
I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from. From Cappadocia. And your name is Il Kobo. What can I do for you, Il Kobo di Cappadocia?
Thank you, sir. It's good to hold your hand. Did you like it when I stroked your hair?
I did, Kobo, I did. Reminded me of when I was just a small boy, before this happened to my face and my body. You did me a kindness there. We should do this more often. Be close like this. I mean...
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
Were we expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, the stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Write it down.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
2. Internal examination. Summary.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
We may add the moral of the story.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
The brain is very vulnerable to compromises in its blood supply.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
Lieutenant grins. Alright, NA.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
Oh no, the hyoid bone. Oh god.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
Write it down.
Respiratory system.
Back hunched, as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen, hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
Look inside the dead man's mouth.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep anything in.
Look deeper inside.
You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. All it takes is concentration. Through it, you see nothing but darkness. More meat and darkness.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
Lieutenant repeats impatiently. He lets go of the jaws. The mouth snaps shut before you. Write it down.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
He wipes his brow. Why? Don't we have any?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
He looks at the corpse's stomach with a mixture of tiredness and disgust. I don't think so.
Neither am I.
And that's it?
That's it.
Right, NA.
Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there?
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
Would obscure tidbits and odd trivia fit the fields?
No.
The completionist in me wonders if there's something we could still do.
Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Brimming with cocaine.
Write NA and add toxicology request.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging.
Write it down.
Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground, the pool of feces there.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
He touches the corpse's bloated lower abdomen briefly. Write it down. Keep the voila.
What's next on the list?
3. Description of injuries. Summary.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
1. Bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted.
Write it down.
And your opinion, officer?
B. Non-fatal postmortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
2. Contusion.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Write it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal postmortem.
Right. Next.
3. Ligature mark. Finish the autopsy.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Write it down.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
B. Non-fatal postmortem. The lieutenant falls silent abruptly.
Why do you say that?
serious. I don't think this was the injury that killed him.
Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
Why weren't his hands tied? A big man like this, I would tie his hands when marching him to the gallows.
Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrist. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you are right, I was ready to call this. Now I think we should leave it empty, at least for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
Let's up the rhetoric. He produces a small plastic roll from his jacket, a body bag. First, how did it go?
It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath. Then, given the state of decay here, I consider establishing the victim's ethnicity a minor success.
What else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
Perhaps a drink is in order. Later, I mean.
Now, you see, that worries me. You will die if you drink. You know that, don't you? You are proving a useful detective. The organization would miss you.
What now?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
Rip out a copy of the autopsy pages.
For processing.
He looks at the dead man one more time, then at the slip of red paper in his hand, then at the corpse again.
I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Ooh, let's go. Perception legendary. Search the body one more time thoroughly. 72%. Let's go.
Your arms reach out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh, first with your fingertips, then under the palm of your hand.
What is this? What is this?
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. Everything is silent.
Crawl up his nostrils.
They are swollen shut. You need to really push to get in.
Push your finger. I push my fingers into his nose.
Only the little one fits. The flesh changes shape as you bore in, searching for something in the cartilage.
The fuck is he doing?
You hear a voice squeak. It sounds very far away.
The thing you're looking for, it's not there. Crawl out, spider.
Put your fingers in his mouth.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track.
Play with it. This feels right.
The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, delicate to touch. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in.
Open your eyes and look.
A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your naked hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from the throat, and there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate. You see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened. An abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Say, fuck yeah.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
Kuno nods, too. He takes a step closer.
Touch it with a finger, gently.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Put your finger in.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
The fuck is happening?
Ah, shit, see?
Brainstem? Oh, actually, feel around first.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. This man will never sleep again, never wake. The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark forever.
Push deeper.
Your fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres.
There's a cavity cut right between the hemispheres.
The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Fucking cavity, see?
Kuno's voice is hushed. Push deeper.
Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him.
Let's go. Punch a hole through his mouth.
The cartilage gives in with a crack, like some fruit. Just like that, your hand is in his head. Strange fluid streams down your wrist, and then you feel it with the tip of your finger. Sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush.
Feel a solid object right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
92. Inspect the skull first.
There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it, from the inside. The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Lieutenant leans closer.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano. The pig is wearing him like a fuck puppet.
Fish it out.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. Feels sharp, like metal. You press your teeth together. Your jaw is clenched. All you need to do is just...
whisper, I got it.
My pig's fucking got it?
What? What is it?
Slowly pull your fingers out.
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth, covered in blood up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
Fucking beautiful!
A bullet.
Lieutenant puts a small bag marked evidence under it. Drop it.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-calibre rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
Can I have it?
Of course. You've earned it.
Lieutenant drops the bag in your bloody hand. It feels light.
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Sounds like heaven.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Goddamn right.
And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Treatment?
Treatment, officer, is an attempt to manipulate the body after death, to hide the real cause with a false cause. In this case, this injury here.
He points to the mark encircling the corpse's neck. The ligament mark. The fractured hyoid bone. It was all treatment?
Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Dead. Dabba doop doop.
Dead.
You think so?
I did not just come up with this. I've had my doubts since you showed me the tracks, officer. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him? There is no satisfactory explanation. There have been other signs too. Small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death,
secret text.
as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
There is, of course, the very real possibility he was both shot and hanged.
Maybe they shot him while they hanged him.
To put him out of his misery? It's possible, but it does not explain all the other dubious things here. Lack of struggle, primarily. I may be intellectually sloppy, but I prefer one theory at a time. And this just smacks of treatment to me.
Who would do this?
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier.
Why would anyone do this?
To hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, what really happened here.
I think I need to wash myself.
Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that.
Yeah, the
Your room
new
in the
test,
Whirling
wash off
Rise
the
should
death
come with a
smell.
bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
Maybe the bullet holds more answers.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
What happens next?
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
You'll be gone? What should I do in the meanwhile?
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
At the autopsy, you said you have ancient mysteries.
Oh yes, Kobo Milobo, in the gift horse's mouth. Tracts and wakes and waterways. Ancient materials, Perry.
Yeah, but to where, brother?
Just a small gulp away. My beloved Kobo. A small gulp away.
Which was it that killed you then? Love or communism?
Huh?
You said love killed you, but when you fell down, you said it was communism.
You're misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed me. Love did me in.
You really need to learn the difference, buddy. This is embarrassing.
Enough.
Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Try to remove the dead man's boots.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of circus.
Not yet, at least.
Damn it. This is turning into some sort of mega puzzle. Okay, so you can sneak out of your room maybe, after he's gone to sleep.
Let's bag him. No. No. Let's leave him here. Don't bag him, I need those boots. Now let's see if I can open that container with rhetoric. Otherwise I'm going to sleep because I'm very tired. And it's been... how long? 4.5 hours? I still haven't recovered from the 12-hour stream. I'm still fucked. Let's find the billionaire light bending guy.
Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
There we go. 83% chance I get this.
Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Hello, is anybody in there?
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, Detective?
A wry smile crosses the lieutenant's face.
Try again.
If there's something in there, I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
You can't be serious.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review.
Squint.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Wow.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
You can see his body appears composed in a sharp summer suit and yacht shoes. Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Diodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Diodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
My name is Harry, and I'm an alcoholic detective.
Pleasure to meet you, Harry. Though I'm sorry to hear a good public servant like yourself is in servitude to the drink. A man can't serve two masters in my experience.
I can assure you, Mr. Theodore, that despite his vices, he is a competent detective.
Oh, don't you worry, Lieutenant. I can tell a good man when I see one.
How did you become so rich?
Oh Lord, not this again.
Ignore him.
We have a murder to solve, and yet you go around bothering everyone about money, arguing that you think it's somehow related to the case. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Grad. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
And blow. Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
What is it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, "But doesn't that take all the fun out of it?" And I tell them, not really.
You're a thief. People out there are working their asses off while you chill here.
And that's what? Unjust? I think it's perfectly just.
This town is ever so slightly less agreeable than before. You're using your money as its own justification.
Listen, Harry, I used to be an idealist just like you, but the truth is that we have no objective system by which to measure someone's value other than the market. We should just embrace that rather than resist it. The hand that allocates resources among men is invisible and cruel, but it is steady, measured. Indeed, it is just.
Say nothing.
Capital makes one speechless, does it not? Blinds like the sun that rises from beyond the horizon after a gloomy winter.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
There's nothing strange about
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know how to put it. You look somehow a little different?
Are you talking about my chin?
No, I mean, I can't even see you. As if there's something happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
So what is our coefficient?
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998, repeating. That's not good for you.
Are you telling me that you're so rich that light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
I'm calm.
That's good.
Kim, are you seeing this weird stuff?
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container,
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
In the very, very early days of colonizing this archipelago, the kingdom of Surens, a precursor of a modern Sur-le-Clay, used to own the city of Revachol, an obscure detail in the bigger picture, but still worth dropping.
We're in Revachol, formerly a colony of our kingdom of Sornet is Sorens.
A fellow history buff. I myself am currently reading up on Franco-Nigerian era trains. Very interesting stuff. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Wait, so why won't you help them? You've got so much money it can't make a difference to you.
There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it, except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that.
So you travel from place to place via shipping containers?
Smart, no? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
Ah, so you're saying being rich isn't worth the hassle?
What? No, I didn't say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
The betting light appears to wink. You're a rich investor, right? Can I have some money?
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
But Kim, I also can't afford to look any better than I do now. That's why I need the money.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Unbelievable. You managed to meet a man who's so rich, light literally bends around him, and all you can get out of him is 3 real? What's wrong with you?
Gets me almost nothing.
That's the idea, my friend. You've got to work for the rest. Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
Okay. Godly conceptualization, present a sound investment plan, 58%. Let's go.
If business planning were really your strong suit, you probably wouldn't be a cop.
Okay, so I've got this idea for a board game.
Go on.
Brace yourself, it's very high concept.
I'm ready.
It's a pen and paper game where people all over the world can play with each other using radios.
Hold on. Have we met before?
I don't think so.
Yeah, on second thought, it couldn't have been you. Your idea reminds me of a group of young men who came to me a long time ago, calling themselves Fortress Accident. The name should have been a red flag. They pitched me and a handful of other investors on an idea for a role-playing game that would, in their words, change the world.
What happened?
Well, at first everything was rosy. The ideas were solid, but they were lacking in... How do I put it? they lacked the will to get things done. As their financial situation became more desperate, their ideas devolved from realistic to absolute insanity. We lost all of our money. High art types never deliver. They're only good for peddling Wilkins or whatever creeps they come up with.
I guess the inordinate amount of time they put into drawing mythical creatures did not generate a return on investment.
Did you try to salvage the project yet somehow?
Sadly, when we got there, it was too late. The concept had run out of steam. Only dust remained. What I want to tell you is this. It's a very bad idea. Dead in the water. You seem like a reasonable man, but that is not a reasonable plan.
Are you sure you don't want to give those little Wilkins a second go?
Absolutely not.
We should get back to our investigation. Thanks for your time.
It was a real pleasure. Sadly though, my current lifestyle prevents me from remaining more than a brief time in any one place. Perhaps we'll meet again, somewhere far away. Farewell, friend, and may your peace of mind guide you to happiness.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna save. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for the subs. I'm gonna go bye-bye.